We're live. I'm gonna put out a post. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Is everything working well? I'll turn down the game audio just a little bit. I'll move my mic a little closer. There. For anybody watching the stream, when it's uploaded to the channel, I will include a timestamp to skip for when I start, because I'll probably be chatting a little bit before we begin. So if you want to skip all that, just check the pinned comment. Luca, light infantry is now fully implemented. They work. Alright, let me turn the game audio down just a little bit. Alright, this is our second preview. The build is a newer build than what you guys saw last time. Not much has changed because we have been focusing on a larger update that's just not ready. It's not like, there's some updates we can put out where you just trickle out small changes. The one that we're working on is much larger. So for example, if you guys watched that last live stream, at the end I mentioned something about a 3-act structure in which you will campaign across 3 regions and they become progressively more difficult, but they also get some kind of unique challenge associated with them. So Region 2 was to have a harsher winter, for example, and Region 3, the final region, is set in a scorched earth kind of environment. That's all done. It's just not ready for this build just yet. That being said, this is only country number 2 of 5. So if I do more live streams, which I will, and cover the other nations, by the time I do probably my next live stream, you should be able to see that build. Now, to get to the end of the game, it might take like 6 hours or more, I don't know. So that might just be a big stream that I do all day. But I will give you a quick preview. The Scorched Earth looks like this. This is an in-game screenshot, so you can kind of see what that looks like. And the camp is all messed up as well. See another screenshot there of what the camp would look like. And we have like destroyed buildings, things like this. So that's coming in the next update. It's technically in the Unity build. It's just not on a stable live build that I have through Steam. What I'm playing today is this official Steam build that we have at the moment. I will be playing as France today. You guys can feel free to join in and suggest unit names or themes or flags, things like that. I think today I'll only be showing off the first region like I did last time. Other things I did change. The general should not be getting sniped as much as you guys saw last time. And what else is majorly different? A lot of the sound effects got changed and altered. A lot of bouncing got changed and altered. All the items were tripled in the amount of items there are because we added a new quality system. So now you might have like a good quality ramrod, an excellent quality ramrod, or a basic one. Whereas last time it was just ramrods, right? So this gives me higher levels of progression to assign better and better equipment to my men. The highest tier of equipment is going to be rarer in Region 1, and you'll see it more in the next regions. But again, for today, we're only doing the first region. I did do a poll, and everybody voted on Britain or France, and Britain narrowly won. But I decided to show France today because Britain is kind of a quality-oriented faction, and I'll show you if I go to new campaign. You can actually see here, this screen is really important. I think a lot of people think, oh, I'll just pick a country and jump in. But what we've done is we've worked very hard in this game to have all these different nations, but they also have different army compositions. And many people who have been following the game know about this, but it really does matter. It's a core part of the game that, you know, you don't just play as Prussia. If you complete a specific challenge for Prussia, for example, if I open up this unlock, you can see all of the achievements we have in the game. Almost every achievement is associated with some kind of unlock. So you notice here, shoot and scoot, equip 8 cavalries as 8 cavalry regiments with carbines as Britain, and you unlock the first dragoon guards, for example. Or Sons of Saint Stephen, win the campaign as the Hungarian vanguard on Iron Man mode, and you unlock the Kaiser Franz Hussars. So there's units you unlock, but also army compositions. So if I hide everything besides the Prussian achievements, I can see here Scum of the Earth as the Freikorps, conscript 10,000 prisoners in one campaign, and you unlock the Old Corps. And the Old Corps is an army composition here. They start with 2 grenadiers, and they get a heavy infantry combat buff. So there's a lot of meta progression in that way. It's not too gamey. It's not like you... The idea that was previously talked about leveling up a country was removed. There's no more leveling system. Instead, you just have challenges that you can play for. Similar to Paradox, if you guys have played Europa Universalis or Hearts of Iron, you see the achievements, and you play on Iron Man, try to grab them. In this case, we have lots of achievements. They're built into the game through this game view here, and they unlock lots of different things. Some are just for fun, right? Like win 10 battles, those are just for fun. Others, though, based on the country you're playing as, are going to unlock different units or different nations, things like that. Or not nations, but the army compositions for them. So today we're playing as France, so I'll jump over here. The other thing that's really important about this is that each country has its own pros and cons. This is like a system that I took from FTL, so if anybody plays roguelike games, FTL was a big inspiration for this, and that is the different army compositions are kind of like the different ships that you can unlock and use, and they all have a different kind of spin on them. But what we can see here is the nation of France receives a bonus, a pro and a con. The bonus is that the opening up divisions cost 25% less. I think that was actually changed from the last version you guys saw. I updated a lot of the different army composition bonuses and nation bonuses. You didn't even see France being played, so it doesn't matter too much. But essentially, we can expand our army out a lot quicker as France. They're kind of like the Horde faction in this game. But our officers cost us $2 per day. And the historical context behind that is that the French like logistics system was way outdated. It hadn't been updated since the 1600s, and we're in the 1750s by now. So they were wasting money. They had corrupt quartermasters. They didn't bring enough food. They just had supply problems. There were command and control issues, and so we kind of reflect this by just adding this malice to, as you grow larger and you have more officers, the maintenance just on the force becomes more difficult to manage. And so that's something that's unique. So as we play today, we're going to be running out of money a lot, so we need to fight armies and sell off things that we find. What this also means is, because we're a horde and we need to keep selling off equipment that we find, we can't keep that equipment as much and become a quality faction or a quality army. We have to focus on quantity. We just have to get lots of troops and sell off any good items that we find in order to compensate. Now, losing $2 per day isn't too much money. By the way, that is the pronunciation. I noticed some people are like, is that thalers? Thalers? Thalers is the US dollar derives from the word Thaler in German, and Thaler is the kind of the common currency in the 18th century in Germany, so that's what we call that, in case you were unaware. The other thing I'll show is that we have three different armies that we can choose from. So this is the Lower Rhine forces as France, and they get their own bonus that stacks on top of the Grand Levée minus 25% division cost kind of thing. And their unique bonus is the weight of numbers. So melee damage plus 2% per regiment in the army. So this also means the bigger we get, every unit gets a 2% stack of melee damage. So if you get a really big army really fast, everyone's just going to be great at melee. So this is a great like columnar, attack column, assault-oriented, large-scale army. The other two armies they have, though, they have the Light Corps, and they get a ton of campaign visibility. So you can spot enemy armies, you can spot where the encounters are, you can spot villages to restock at. This is really good if you want to go for a very specific thing in the game where you want to find certain encounters, or you want to find certain towns that might have certain upgrades or units that you need. But retreating from battles it costs additional attrition. So if you are caught, you will bleed more trying to run away. But because you have the plus 40% visibility, you shouldn't be getting caught as much. So that's kind of the unique part of the Light Corps there. And they start off with Chasseurs, Volontaries, and German Fusiliers, and some like defensive items like wooden stakes. And then we have the Maison du Roi, the House of the King army. And they start off with two heavy cavalry units, the Gentleman Cavalry and the Gendarmerie, as well as Swiss Fusiliers, which are pretty cool. The Swiss are very good in this game. And they get a cavalry morale bonus of plus 50%. They have an officer experience gain minus 20%. I'm going to change that. I'm going to change that to officer fatality rate plus 20%. So what this will mean is you get a ton of morale, and your officers are really inspiring, but they get killed often. And the kind of explanation there is that if they're riding in the front line with the cavalry and they're kind of acting chivalrous, as like a soldier's officer, so to speak, they may be getting killed more often. So you get higher morale to compensate, but if your officers are dying frequently, then your morale goes down. So you kind of have to balance like where you want to place your officers. And I think that's a fun one because it really just plays into morale systems and risk and reward, and lots of cavalry and like shock attacks and hoping you'll get out alive. So that's a fun composition. For today, we're just going to show off the Lower Rhine forces since that's the default. And yeah, this is a huge kind of preamble, but I just want to give you guys kind of an explanation, show you some context. Every nation has this system. You've got 3 different armies to lead, different bonuses, pros and cons, different items you start with. You've got the Austrians, the border troops, Hungarians, and so on. Last time you guys saw the Cantonist levies, but the Germans also have the Freikorps and the Old Corps, and those guys are pretty cool too. Okay, I'm going to open up our chat, and we are going to hit start. I don't think... Oh, before we begin... I can do difficulty modifiers. I'm not going to do that today because last time I really struggled. So the balancing is still work in progress. Do you guys want me to turn on or off any specific enemies? Like I can just fight the British, or I could just fight the Prussians and Austrians or anything like that. Or do you want me to just leave them all on? Do you guys have any preference on that? We're only going to be fighting in one region. So the most amount of enemies we're really going to see is probably 1 or 2. There's a chance that 2 enemies can be in the same region at once. But yeah, we can kind of concentrate down if you want to see me play against a specific force. Technically, in the 7 Years' War, France would not be fighting Russia or Austria. It would just be Prussia and Britain. We could just do a rival France v. Britain type of thing. Yeah, I think just British, all on. I would do all on. Who did we fight last time? We fought the Austrians last time, so why don't I keep all on besides Austria? And we'll prioritize fighting the British if we find them. Yeah. I think that would be a good compromise. Okay, so let's begin. Gosh, it's always so nerve-wracking playing on a live build because you don't know if one thing's going to go wrong. Watch my computer just crash and explode right now. I was playtesting it earlier today. I got to the end. I beat the first region without any issues, and the playtesters have not been having issues either, so I think we're okay, but we'll see. Okay, so we have 3 regions that got generated for us. Gosh, I was kind of hoping we'd get to invade England. There's a chance that England appears. We are fighting the British, though, heavily. It seems like the random generation really wants us to fight against the British. There's a chance we can fight against England or Scotland, though, in their region 2 or 3, but I guess we're just going to be keeping to this area. So we have 3 options. We can go to Flanders. If we go to Flanders and we complete the encampment goal, we're going to get the... sometimes the tooltip doesn't want to appear. Let's see. There we go. The Royal Swedish Fusiliers. And we get night marches. We get extra move speed, but we get less visibility. If we go to Westphalia, we're going to get the Grenadiers of France and Command Initiative. Active abilities for officers last twice as long. That one's not that important, I don't think. Unless we have a lot of officers that we're really playing into. But as France, we get punished for officers, so maybe Westphalia is not such a good option. Then we have Hesse, and we've got the Royal Scots, I'm pretty sure. And they're pretty cool. We also have Foreign Advisors, Regiment Experience Gain. That's also quite good. So I would say for me, Hesse or Flanders are 2 good options. The only issue is the depot encounters aren't really working right now. So I think that does mean we have to go Flanders. In the next version of the game, basically what these are side objectives, like capturing depots, visiting encampments, things like that. Those have been overhauled, completely redone for the next version. They're just not ready to show off just yet. And so in the current version of the game, they're just not, like some just aren't working well or aren't balanced or will take you back to the main menu. They're just being replaced. So we're going to go Flanders for now. Even though I would love to get the, what are these guys, the Royal Scots, I think we got to go Flanders. And it's kind of fun because we'll see Flemish towns and things like that. So let's go there. Is the in-game music a bit loud? Yeah, we can lower the volume for sure. We can definitely lower the volume. What I can do is open up... There. Let's open that, decrease it, take the music, bring it to mid-level, bring the master up a little bit, and we should be good. Okay. So... let's see what our region looks like. So it's not very mountainous. Flanders is clearly not very mountainous. In fact, we only have like a tiny little bit of foothills down there. Mainly open fields and forests. We've got Arondra. I'm not going to be able to pronounce. We got Ypres. So it's kind of like a World War I Battle of Ypres over there. Courtrai. And then we have the British headquarters of 7,400 men. That's actually not that much. So I don't think the British are going to be that strong in this region. What do we have? We have 5,600 already. So they might be high quality, but they do not have a huge army here. The game wants us to visit these encampments as part of our side objective in supporting Flanders. And it wants us to go to these friendly depot locations, like Allied barracks. And these areas cost a lot of money. These depots will cost a lot of money to go to. But these encampments are kind of random. They could be anything. So we're going to stop by this village. First, actually, let's check out our camp. And let me just move my streaming thing over here. Okay. Yeah, the Brits have low numbers, but high quality. That's their thing. I don't know if the British are good enough, though. I think their stats are, like, just good, but they're not excellent. But their numbers are really small, so I may actually have to buff their stats. We'll see. We'll play today, and today will be a bit of play testing, right? I'll take some notes. We'll see if we want to change anything. And you guys might have suggestions, and I can take notes as well. It's never too late to make changes. It's only too late if it's like 1 week before release. But if we're a month before release and we think something needs to be adjusted a little bit, we can definitely make some changes. Okay. We have De Etrees and De Suisse as our two. By the way, I know, especially the people who are going to watch the stream back, my French pronunciation is going to be horrendous. I don't know how to pronounce French at all. I took German, never took French. I know how to pronounce probably Russian better than I do French, so I'm going to mess everything up, but that's fine. It actually looks like this regiment naturally looks like Brittany, right? If you look at the Brittany flag, they kind of look like this a little bit, don't they? It's just kind of neat. But we can name our regiments anything we want to. So if you guys have a theme you want to go for, we can name these regiments however we want. We also have this big unit tree, and we can go any direction we want to. So we could do like a whole Irish division, a German division, a Swiss one. We could even go with blue coats and do like a French revolutionary theme. Like I'll even show you, for example, we don't have blue coats yet. We'd have to upgrade our troops, but you can even change the flags and, if you really wanted to, do like that. You could do anything you want to. There's like full possibility for us to roleplay however we want. So what are we thinking for our first regiment? What do you guys want to call these guys? 45E Empress Dragoons. That's kind of cool. We could do them. 45E Empress Dragoons. And we'll do, anytime we have a name, we'll put it in like parentheses like this. And we'll do the number first, always. Vive la Revolution. Well, we can't go revolutionary yet. Maybe we'll go revolutionary later once we unlock our blue coats, okay? Oh gosh, everybody's typing. The Mariachi Musketeers, you want them again. The French Foreign Legion, that's a cool suggestion. We could do French Foreign Legion. Do that. Let's see what kind of flag they have. Oh, we can make the French Foreign Legion flag. Look at this. I did not know we could do this. We could go with a grenade, then slice it in half. I think it's going the wrong way, unfortunately, but that's okay. And then we can do red. I think it's green on the bottom and red on the top. Check that out. That is pretty much the French Foreign Legion flag, which is neat. Mariachi Musketeers again, yeah. The Quebec Warriors. We could do a... Let me look up a Quebec flag. We'll do the 16E Quebec regiment. I can always rename these if you guys want to, but these guys, we should be able to make a Quebec flag as well. We could do this, and then the... It's got like 4... Like that. That would be like a Quebec regiment. There. And then, what do we want to make these guys? The Regiment de Ratatouille? Okay. What number for the Ratatouille? What number do you guys want? I see 23, Swiss. We need a regiment, or a number for the Ratatouille. Anyone want to throw out a number? That's cool. The American Volunteers would be cool as well. We're going to have more regiments, so we can keep naming them as well. A French dish from 2007. Oh, a 2007 animated film. So there'll be the 27E. Ratatouille regiment. We'll do that. And then is it Quebecois? Like, how do you spell that? Let me see. Quebecois regiment. There we go. Then we have Ratatouille. What kind of flag do we do for the Ratatouille? Let's see what the dish looks like. Or it's the rat is like... The rat is... It's a chef theme, right? So maybe something like gray and white. Maybe like that. We don't have like a mouse, so we can't do that. I think maybe something like this for the Ratatouille. That looks good. I think that looks good. And then we have our Irish Fusiliers. What do we want to name the Irish? (23E). We just go Irish Fusiliers. I think that's good. Okay, that's our customization. We can always add them. I know you guys want the Mariachi Musketeers back. We can always add them again. Please have a New York regiment. We could do like an American Volunteers later too. That would be cool. The Royal DuPont, they're neat as well. Yeah. Dublin Zone, the Dublin. We'll do Dublin Fusiliers. That's good. Okay. In terms of items, let me see what I want to give. So we have the Foulard Treaty about assault columns. I think we want to do assault columns with the Irish because they're better at charging. And I probably want to give them spirits too, so they're even better at charging. We have cheese. I think we got to give we've got to give the cheese to Ratatouille. I think that is very fitting, isn't it? So that's going to make them move a little slower, but their morale damage received is also reduced, which is nice. We have haversacks to carry food. We'll give that probably to the Ratatouille as well. And then we have a diamond pendant, which we can just sell. It's just jewelry. So we're going to go to this village, hop in, go to the quartermaster, and sell off our diamond pendant. Let me see if there's a place that receives, like if you sell goods, you get more money. Supplies available. There's some places that will they'll let you sell things for hire. And I wonder if we have any of those. Nah, it doesn't look like it. So I think we can just sell it off right here. So we'll drop that off. We'll make a bunch of money. That's plenty of cash. We have an open division. We can actually buy more men. 200. I think we can just buy another royal recruit. Yeah. Yeah, we can also name our divisions too. Someone wanted the American Volunteers, right? So we'll do them next. We'll do the 76th E, like 1776. And we'll do the American. How do you say American in French? American. There. Volunteers. There. And then you want the New York flag. The Mariachi Musketeers. They'll come. The Mariachi will come. We need a proper musketeer regiment, though. We only have recruits. The Mariachi will eventually be here. We also need musicians first. Once we can get musicians, then we can do our Mariachi troops. But yeah, we'll do our New York Volunteers. And they have like a little emblem in the middle. Okay, let's get rid of Ratatouille. Don't need that. And what kind of emblem do we want to give these guys? Probably an American. Yeah, look at that. Give them a little American eagle. And then the division names. I don't know what divisions we want to call these. I have 1st Division, 2nd Division. You guys can think of names for those later. But let's go keep moving. And we're slowly going to be bleeding cash. Yeah, we're bleeding 4 cash. We can check out this encampment, because that's one of our encounters we need to do. A map maker. I don't think I want him, but I think I have to do that. Yeah. So he's actually a regimental engineer. The encounters are still, like I said, I have to redo the encounters. Some of the text is wrong, but we get a cover bonus and extra accuracy. So who would want cover? Maybe the, I don't know, like Quebecois could be more defensive. We could make this a defensive unit. Or we could sell off that. Oh, that's a huge army. We're going to skip. We're going to go around. That's a big entrenched army. Are the starting officers and armies based off of real people? Yes, they are, Hugs. Yep, they are. I'm pretty sure even de Suisse was a commander as far back as the War of Polish Succession in the early 1700s. I could be wrong, but I think that's true. By the way, you can customize the officers as well. So if you wanted to, you can like switch out their hat or their hair or head or uniform or something like that. I think I'll give this guy a white jacket. I don't think he needs red. Or I'll give him blue. I think that looks nice. We could have our Baguette division. There, and then we have our 2nd division. We have this depot here we can visit. Purchase. I don't have the money, so I don't want to purchase weapons right now. So we're going to make some money first before we go there. It's de Suibis, not Suisse. Dude, I know. My French pronunciation is just so bad. So, all right, let's go down this road. I'm not seeing many enemies right now. I wonder where these British patrols are right now. We'll keep looking around. Found a new village. What's this village got? Fewer items there. We don't have the money to buy anything. We do need to fight an army because our money is just going down from those officers spending. I'm going to go around this village. Oh, look at that. We found a patrol. Only 3,500. We can take these guys. I'm going to force march and try to rush up and take them on. Okay, Battle of Tournai. And they have got British recruits and German recruits, some battalion artillery and cavalry. But I think we have a okay force to take them on. I will be honest, guys, the royal recruits that we have are going to be really bad. They're going to be very, very bad. France has the lowest morale out of anyone, and it's not a stereotype. They have very, very bad morale. So we've got to keep our regiments sort of dense. I think the further you spin them, the more morale damage they're going to take. Did I say spin? Sorry, I meant spread them. If you spread them thin, they'll take higher morale damage. Okay. So, yeah, we don't want to go like that because they're going to take higher morale. We'll probably want to form them up kind of like this, almost in a columnar kind of shape. We have our Foreign Legion. I forgot to change the collar colors. We'll have to do that later. I don't know why my colors look a little overblown, but it might be the lighting. We have our Empress Dragoons. We have our Ratatouille Regiment. We can see the flags that we've assigned them as well. And the pure white coats that they have. And who do we have here? We have our Irish Dubliners on our right flank. And these guys have got bayonets and spirit rations, so they're good at charging. So that's our force here. This is our main officer. And then we have one of our division officers leading a dragoon. Our enemy back here are German recruits, British recruits, more British. They're actually not very good. They do have cavalry on the flanks that we're just going to have to watch for. Okay. So we're going to start. Here we go. Early morning. Advance. Artillery's coming in. Oh, geez. Oh, man, they ratatouille'd that, that regiment. Look at that. Took 52 losses. Let's check the ordnance on the artillery they're using. What is that? Oh, man, they've got a 16-pound Shuvalov. They should not have that early in the game, but still some balancing work to be done. It's still fun, though, when the AI... I don't mind if the AI has a random chance of having a very good item. I think it just makes it more interesting. Like, sometimes you might just find an AI who's got a really good weapon. That's fine. You guys want music? I turned up the volume a little bit just so you could hear. I'll bump up the music a little bit. Music's going to come in and out. Okay, let's see. We're on the hill. Moving through the forest. Just keep going. Did you fix the issue with the routing generals? Yeah, the general should not be shot through his own men anymore. I believe that's been fixed. And what I mean by that, like, by saying I believe it's been fixed, I mean I've been playtesting and it hasn't happened to me. It still could be there, but I just haven't seen it happen, so, yeah. Alright, our Foreign Legion is on the left. We're going to make sure we take out that cavalry. I'm going to spread thin because I don't anticipate them taking a lot of, like, receiving a lot of fire. So I'm going to spread these guys into about 3 ranks to get as much firepower as I can off. The issue is the recruits are so inaccurate, you really want to, like, probably put these guys... Let's see, on the flank here. And then make sure their buddies could even fire on them as well. I'm going to hold these guys kind of back so they're somewhat on this hill. And we should be able to get like a hill bonus. And then these guys, oh man, the morale. I'm telling you, the French morale is really, really bad, but they're taking some heavy losses. I'm going to move both officers around and try to boost that morale. You can see I already fixed that. And we're going to kind of form up in the forest here. We'll put the Dublin Regiment in a full 3 ranks. By the way, you will notice I reduced the unit sizes from what you guys saw last time. So now you can form, I know people were commenting about that. Look, you can form 3 ranks. It depends entirely on the scale you're playing on. I'm still playing on high. So if you were to play on normal, you can always form 3 ranks. Like, you'll notice these French guys, even if I spread them thin, I have to form 4 ranks, and I know some people don't like that. If you play it on normal, you'll always be able to form 3 ranks. If you go high or ultra, that's when you start getting, like, more columnar shapes or these little dividers to show, like, 2 different battalions. So it's purely just on the scale that I'm playing at. If that is immersion breaking, you can totally fix that when you play. Oh, man, the artillery is, like... Luckily, French units have a lot of men in them. I have 1,400 troops, but yeah, they're taking extreme losses. I think what I have to do is I got to take this cavalry, and I got to try to find a way to take out that artillery. The issue is they're going to mobilize their cavalry if they see an isolated target. So if I move up, that cavalry is going to activate and charge me, and I don't believe my dragoons, or my provincial cavalry is what this is. I've got 25 and 36 melee damage. They have 30, so I would do better in a melee fight against them, but I'm just a bit worried about that. All right, we're going to open fire. We did update the firing sounds, by the way, so I'm going to turn it up real quick, and you should be able to hear individual musket shots. Previously, I don't think you guys were even hearing... I don't believe you guys were even hearing the musket volleys before. So you're going to hear, like, individual shots being fired now. And by the way, these maps will be larger the bigger battle you play. So this is actually a small map, because we have 2 small forces. But you guys hear, like, the crackling musket fires now. And it's only 2 battalions that are firing. So when you get a full army, you're going to hear tons of shooting. But all of the sound effects were reworked. Okay, let's move up to Quebecois. Alright, we got 29 kills. I'm going to concentrate fire on these recruits here. And then we're going to fire... on the Germans headed up the center. It looks like their cavalry's holding back on the sides. Ready? Oh, nice volley. Look at that. Took out like a whole platoon on the left. Perfect. And look, the AI is like forming proper battle lines here, trying to engage my forces, so... That artillery is just nuts, though. Look at the losses I've taken from the howitzers. I'm going to attempt to move the cavalry around and see if they want to charge me. And I'm hoping I'd win that if they charged into me. Nice. British recruits are almost beaten there. And I'm going to move up against this cavalry and see if I can engage it. Thing is, I don't know if I'll win that. Keep going. What is cool is I think you can double click and it will follow. Yeah, look, it follows the regiment. Just kind of neat. All right, we'll move these guys up. It'd be cool to do a playthrough with no UI. Like, I just have to guess what the morale is. Just based on losses that I see. Nice, we routed one of them. Do you model the different behaviors between artillery rounds? I don't believe howitzers bounce. You can notice here, like, they skid once, and they just land. Alright, yeah, they're charging me. Let's go. Let's see who wins this. I don't know which cavalry is better. I think mine is. I think mine is, but the morale is so low. I might get routed here. I'm going to pull back, pull back, pull back. Oh, jeez. Alright. Yeah, the morale is just too damn low. And I gotta turn and face them. I'm also gonna turn off volley fire so we can get off as many shots as possible. So you can turn off volley fire there. And as soon as they form up, they're gonna start firing. And they're now charging me. I might have to form another line of defense. I'm gonna move the commander up, the officer. So when they make impact, the officer can rally them. Oh, my dragoons rallied. So I might be able to rear charge them once they hit. I'm gonna wait for that charge to be met. Here we go. Get the officer up. And as soon as they make impact, I'm going to go in. There we go. And I'm going to charge them in the rear. And then we're going to move our regiment up. They're swinging their cavalry around. So let's push up. There we go. I think we broke them. Beautiful. And look, the cavalry's coming in to clean them up. Nice. Look at that. Incredible. There we go. Okay, let's get the dragoons back so they don't get beaten. And we will move up these regiments. And then they've got some cavalry at half morale. Now, the reason they're at half morale, but their health is full, is because the rest of their men are routing, so it scared that unit. So we are going to... I'm a bit afraid of that cavalry. I'm going to start concentrating fire on it. I just don't want to take the immediate casualties. And I think my cavalry is now going to flank around and just take out that artillery and try to win the battle here. Let's move these guys up. Do wooden fences provide a defensive bonus? They do, yeah, they do. The game feels slower compared to the last time you were playing on slow motion. I don't think so. But it should be about the same. I've continued doing balance changes, though. Oh, man, they're trying to charge my dragoons. What do I do? Do I countercharge? I'm just going to break immediately. I got to get out of there. No! They're going to break. Yeah, all right. My morale is just too low. Oh, Jesus. It scared these guys, too. I got to keep the officer around. I think my Dublin Fusiliers should be able to win this, though. The Dubliners are really good at melee. They got bayonets and spirit rations here, so they're a little drunk. And look at that. I think they're beating them back. So the Irish are actually quite good. And then we should be able to beat these final units there. And I'll flank around and take out that artillery. We'll go column. If you go column, you get a movement speed buff. Do you see that green on movement speed? So you want to get these guys in a column shape and then push them forward. And you're going to get a speed movement buff. Alright, let's take these guys out. Yeah, these two troops are routing. So you can see morale is going to be a big problem. Like, I outnumbered the enemy massively, but you're still just going to take these huge morale buff, or debuffs. You want to get these guys out of the recruit status as soon as possible. The French recruits are some of the worst in the entire game. They have 20 morale, but at 15 morale, you start wavering. So within the first few shots, these guys are going to be running. Now, my Dubliners look 50 morale. The Irish have extraordinarily high morale, but their accuracy isn't as good. So these guys are going to be more reliable in holding. They just can't, like, beat a force in a musket competition. All right, we've got 3 shots on them. I'm going to go charge them in the back. And then we should be able to beat that last regiment. Gosh, the casualties taken from, like, the artillery and everything were severe. Okay, enemies fleeing. And we should be able to fast forward through the end here and just charge that artillery, and they're going to be gone. Hopefully I'm not taking too bad losses. There we go. Victoire! Does it play music? I thought we had the French music hooked up, but no victory music, unfortunately. Just have a full Irish army that runs on spirit rations. Yeah, yeah. All right, battle is won. There we go. Oh, I got an achievement. Get 10,000 kills. Nice. Let's see what we got. So the Irish killed 400. Everyone else got kind of 100 kills there. We got some better muskets, which is nice. Canister shot, we're going to keep this because I want to get artillery and use canister. That should be pretty fun. We have cartridge boxes and some captured uniforms. I think we really need the money. And we gained some experience as well. The Irish got a promotion. That's nice. And we have enough manpower to refill. So we're going to replenish our losses here. And 50 ammunition, not too much ammo, so we do need to restock on ammunition. We're going to go into this town here. And what are their modifiers? Supply surplus, that's great. And extra reservists available. So this place has really cheap manpower, so it'd be stupid not to just grab some manpower there. And we need a little bit of ammunition. And let's refill the ammo of these troops here. Good, we're looking nice. Here's a little exploit. Because the Dragoons don't have carbines yet, I might steal some ammo from them. They don't have much ammo they carry, but I'm going to steal a little bit just because they can't even really use it right now anyways. And with our barracks here, 200, 500, yeah. Someone mentioned... What did someone just mention? The cavalry needs something. Well, either way. Look at this Dragoon helmet. I really like that helmet there. It only costs 200 for the next set of recruits. And we may just want to keep getting as many men as we can. By the way, something cool you notice about the music is you just hear a single... This is a guitar. Just a single guitar, right? But if I leave the town, the violin's going to come in. There you go. And then if I see an enemy army, the drums will come in. But now watch, I go back to the... Yes, Stephane? This is exactly what I'm talking about. The music will be dynamic. So if I go back in the town, watch. When the next track plays, it's just going to be the guitar. There you go. Okay, 94 left. We're going to go to the quartermaster and sell off our uniforms that we don't need. We have 158. I want to keep the canister rounds. I want to keep the John Coping musket. Because what we're going to do is go to our... I think the Foreign Legion should be good at shooting. So I'm going to give them this. And we're going to notice their accuracy is at 33, but when I give them that, they go up to 38. So that's much better. We've got Warren muskets. We can sell off these crappy muskets now. Actually, we could give them... We could give some crappy muskets to our Dragoons. They at least could shoot one shot before they charge. I think that would actually be nice. Now, because they're on horseback reloading a musket, the reload's going to be horrendous. But, either way, it should be just good to be able to fire off a shot. We can also buy musicians. I could buy us some good field musicians. Unfortunately, I think with the new quality system, notice these guys are excellent musicians. These guys are good. We haven't hooked it up yet so that the good and excellent musicians actually trigger the music. It's only basic musicians utilizing the old mechanics, because before we only had basic musicians. So I don't think it's worth buying them unless we get basic ones, because then we won't be able to actually hear the music. That's just a little bit, I didn't spell foreign correctly. Let me see. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Tanker. I appreciate it, man. The San Marino Regiment. I think, what do we want to buy next? I mean, I could buy... I wish I could get artillery, but I don't think we can get it yet. Maybe we save money and see if we can get, like, grind out another battle and just get more cash. Let's go up to that encounter. Let's cut across this area here. I'm not using that much food. 15 food. Okay, I am. I was going to say we could go force march, but if we do, we're going to consume way more food. And we'll want to go to this little shanty town. Oh, jeez. All right, we lost 400 men doing that. That sucks. Okay, let's take out this. Similar composition to before, but lots of recruits, no cavalry this time. Okay. Yeah, let's go in. Let's do this. I know you guys want the Mariachi Musketeers. If we find a basic musician, we can assign him, and then design a regiment around that. All right, we've got the Emperor's Dragoons, our general, American Volunteers, Ratatouilles. Again, I want to form these guys up in a bit of a block, like a perfect 2-battalion rank like this. Because it's going to reduce the morale damage received. So we just want to be really careful about how we form these guys up. And then we've got the Dubliners. These guys can form one rank because their morale is just much better. And let's see what we're up against. We got a big open field. We could probably hold this area here and fight on the hedgerows. I think we'll do that. What ordnance does the enemy artillery have? Just basic guns now. Basic 3-pounders. Nothing too bad to worry about. Okay. Let's go ahead, push up. Foreign Legion, advance, Quebecois, American. Now we're going to go through this lake. They're going to get slowed down. So I'm going to put them on run to compensate for that lake that's going to slow them down. And then our Dubliners maybe will... What if I put them in a column? Put them on maybe the road and have them flank around the right or something like that. That'd be kind of cool. Let's have our cavalry push up. It'll be cool once we have a big army. I want to get like multiple divisions formed up and just have rows and rows of French regiments. That'll be cool. Maybe a hotkey to automatically set the ranks. That'd be cool. That's a cool idea. I haven't thought of that. All right, let's try to get around the side. And then we've got British recruits on the left, some Germans in the middle, British recruits on the right. We should be good. Color the uniform facings. You're right, I do have to color the facings. We'll do that. Someone has to remind me to do that when we get back to the camp. But is the bug about General dying being fixed from last stream? Yes, that's fixed. Yeah, the General's fine now. Alright, artillery's coming in. Not much damage, only 4 troops lost. We're going to try to get through that lake. You can see how slow they're going to get through that pond. And then these guys are going to take their own little sneak attack route. I'm going to fast forward them up there. And check out the speed. Look at that. Look how fast they can go on that road. So we're going to fly them down in a column. And I kind of want to keep them... I don't want to overextend them, because then the enemy's going to swing over to counter me. So I'm going to keep the line formed up. They're keeping these guys kind of held back a little. I'm going to wait maybe until they advance, and then I can maybe fire from the hill. So I'm going to keep the Irish held in place. Foreign Legion in the forest is perfect to reduce damage. We're probably going to start engaging pretty soon. And I really want to run these guys up to cover there. And they're exhausted, which is not good. You can see how bad their stats are as a result of that. I think I'll start walking them now. I don't think they need to sprint anymore, so they can start fixing their stamina. All right, enemy fire's coming in. Artillery's still firing. Ratatouille's moving up. I want to get the Ratatouille in the forest, so I'm going to start sprinting them forward. Where do I want my cavalry? I think cavalry can travel with the Irish. That's going to be like our flying column on the right there. Quebecois doing pretty good. I really think you need to put a Fog of War mechanic. I agree. I don't think we have time to do that for release, but if you guys want Fog of War, we can definitely look into that post-release. I think what we'll honestly do is we're going to get the game out in its most like regular form, the way it looks pretty much now, just with some extra balancing and some bug fixing. And then you guys can tell us what you want. If you say, hey, look, there's not enough variety in the units, or there's not enough variety in the nations, or we want more maps, or the AI needs to be better, or there needs to be Fog of War. Whatever you guys tell us you want us to do, if we've got the money to do it, if we made our money back that we put into this project, I'm more than happy to listen to you guys and build the game around what you guys want to play. That's the most important thing. If you guys think something's not fun or something's not challenging enough, it's super important for us to make sure this is like the game that you guys want. We're not making it for us, we're making it for you. So, whatever mechanics help immerse you better. If you want like us to redraw the trees or whatever you want, you let us know. And if we can do it, we can do it. So, yeah. Okay. Moving up the Ratatouille. Let's form up line. So the enemies form their battle lines up. I think I want to double up fire on that recruit regiment in the middle. We're actually getting some good damage off. And then we've got some engagement there. So I think now it's time to move up on the right flank. There we go. I love how quick that is. If we gave them shoes like gaiters, or like improved boots, they could go even faster. And so we could have like a flying unit, which would be pretty cool. But yeah, we're looking pretty good right now. I think we're actually performing pretty well against the British. And I think the cavalry is going to sweep around and take out the artillery first. And then the infantry, I think, is now going to form up on this hill and do flanking fire. And we'll get extra morale damage off if we do that. Look at that. And we're going to swing them right into the enemy's flank. And then move up the Emperor's Dragoons around. Beautiful. And look, the enemy's already faltering. Like, we're actually doing extremely well. Once the British regulars come and the veterans, they're so tough. But the British recruits are not too scary, because they just don't have too many men. You can see here there's only 800 in a unit, whereas our standard unit is, what, 1,400 men? So we just have a huge numerical advantage at first, but once the British get going with their accuracy and training and they get better troops, then they're tough. All right, let's form up. Oh, beautiful shot. Look at that. Wiped out, like, the whole half there. I'll go quiet for a little bit and turn up the sounds, and you can just listen to the battle if you want. I just thought it was cool. All those new musket sounds were just added, so I just want to show you. All right, let's charge into here. Take out that artillery. I could have my Dublin Fusiliers charge, but I think they've got... Oh, man. They don't even need to. That flanking shot, so deadly. We'll move up the Ratatouille, and then we're going to swing up that flank. Yeah, we're doing excellent right now. Beautiful. Quick question. I'm going to pause. Do you guys want to see the Ultra mode, or are you guys happy on the normal scale, or the high scale that we're on? Because last time I did Ultra, people were complaining that the size of the map was too small relative to the units, and that the units looked unrealistic. Do you want to see next battle just what the Ultra size looks like by comparison? I can just show you one battle, and you guys can tell me what you prefer. So next battle, you'll see Ultra. And then we'll go back to high if you don't like it. Yeah, I'm going to hit their flank now. Yeah, we'll go Ultra. We'll try it out. And then we can always go back, so it's not a huge deal. Beautiful. Yeah, their enemy is retreating. These British patrols are not very difficult at all. I was playing earlier as the British, and I was just losing constantly, because the British are just really weak at first with these early recruits. Okay, I'm in danger. I cannot complete that charge. Try to rear charge them, but they have two guys back here, and I can't take them out. I'm gonna just clean up these fleeing troops and have the rest of my guys fire on them. There we go. Nice. And I'll fast forward, because there's only 2 guys left. I think we can just beat them. Let's take him out. Let's take him out. There we go. And I'll just do one rear charge, and that should be it. How's my ammo doing? Ammo's not too bad. There we go. Beautiful. Victoire, victoire. How does the game resolve the difference between front and side shots with the mechanics of shooting specifically? So, damn, we didn't get very much good loot here, did we? We just got uniform. We have excellent uniform quality we can sell off. That's a lot of money we can turn that into. So, 2 things that we do. You've got like a damage boost that you do from side and rear shots, and you have a morale boost, and those are separate. When you shoot down the side, I think you do 1.5 times the damage. And when you shoot in the rear, you only do 1.25 times the amount of damage. So you actually do more when you're shooting down the side, just because troops are lined up like you're bowling, like bowling pins. But rear damage does higher morale shock than a side shot does. So all of that is accounted for. Do we want more money? Probably, right? We probably just want to get lots and lots of money going. Let's do that. I do want to get these guys upgraded. They did get a promotion, but I think they're only level 1 right now. They can become French Fusiliers. They only cost 1 to do that, which is actually very cheap. Or we can wait. We can wait. Do you guys want to see any of these guys become French Fusiliers, or do you want me to hold on to the veterancy, or what are you guys thinking? Let me color the facings as well. Yeah, what are you guys thinking? Can we get new regimental standards? I designed all the flags based on what you guys wanted, so. Make a Corsican regiment. Better. Yeah, should any of these guys get an upgrade? What do you think? Or I could promote all of them in the Fusiliers, but I think we could just do 1 for now. Who would make a good Fusilier regiment? The French Foreign Legion could go down. I almost feel like the French Foreign Legion should be in red uniform or something, because they're foreign, right? So let's keep them the way they are. The Quebecois, I think, would be nice, maybe in blue, so we could wait until they're volontaries. The American volunteers could just be regular Fusiliers, right? Unless we want to put them in blue, like Continental uniforms. I think that would look nice. Which would mean the Ratatouille Regiment, I think, is the one that should go Fusilier, right? Upgrade the Quebec. Well, I want to put the Quebec maybe in blue. I think the Quebec would look nicer in blue. Let's put these guys... Oh, they don't have the veterancy. Dang. Yeah, that's tough. And Irish Fusiliers need 3 more before they can become Grenadiers. Empress Dragoons are taking a while to get promoted, but eventually we could go Dragoon or Hussar with them. I feel like something's got to get upgraded, though. Quebecois can go white. They can have white uniforms. Let's upgrade them, and we'll make them a veteran with the gold-brimmed tricorn. I think that would be nice. There we go. Look at the uniform. Blue vest, blue facings. It looks nice. I like that a lot. They look really good. And then we will refill our losses. And we need ammunition. Wasn't there a town nearby that had cheap ammo? I think it's too far away if there is one. It's all the way back there. We could backtrack. There's an elite army we could take on when we're ready. There's 8,000 in that regiment, or in that army. 7,400 there. So this encamped army is actually harder than the elite one. I want to get like 10,000 troops or 12,000 before I take that one on, though. So maybe let's swing back. Let's check out this depot. See what that's about. Yeah, let's swing back because I want to get the ammo. And we're going to check out this depot and that wagon over there. What's this? An Allied depot. We can purchase weapons. I'm going to purchase a small batch. We got carbines. Oh, we got cannons now. So we have howitzers and we have canister rounds. We got to get an artillery regiment formed up at some point. Let's keep those. Let's go and sell off the other things we got, though. I don't really need... The carbines would be nice. Let's sell this off for 60. Sell these off. Sell that. And confirm. Now we got 435. Let's go and give these excellent cartridge boxes to someone who's going to lay down a lot of fire. Probably the French Foreign Legion. Actually, you know what? We just upgraded Quebecois. Let's give them the excellent cartridge boxes. They're going to be laying down more fire. Then we have good carbines, which we're going to give to the cavalry now. And that means we can sell off these crappy muskets. And we're going to keep the artillery. Let's go to the barracks. There's nothing good at the barracks I want. I want to see if we can afford artillery. We're just bleeding money, though. That's the issue. I hope your artillery is better than last time. The artillery is really good now. Like, it can rack up a lot of kills. Damn, I really want artillery. I need ammo. It's cheap. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to afford artillery at this rate. Let's reduce these guys down to 30 and give that to these guys there. And let's check out this caravan. Hidden contraband. I'm a bit afraid here because sometimes there's a trap in the contraband. So it might explode on me. Oh, it always does that. I hate that. I lost all my manpower. Oh, every time I go to that damn caravan, it always blows up on me. All right, where do we want to go next? If I go to this encampment, we're going to get a reward. We're going to get, I'm pretty sure, Here, we're going to jump up onto this road. We'll probably find another... There we go. I made the Quebecois, the regiment, the one that defines the army icon. If we go to that encampment, we're going to get a free unit. Okay, we have another village here. We're going to bypass a village. There's that elite army there we could face. We're going to go to this encampment. We're probably going to get a free unit, which is cool. Wounded soldiers. Beautiful. We got reservists again. And we got the Royal Swedish. There we go. Oh, beautiful. Look at these guys. I feel like we have to put them with the Quebecois regiment because they have the similar flags. Look at that. Look how nice the Swedish are. I think we should change the flag, though. You know what I mean? To something more... That looks Swedish, right? Maybe like that, or... Or we could do this. That actually looks pretty good. I like that a lot. Cool. So we have another unit. We just need that artillery. I really want some artillery. There's not many British patrols I'm finding. I'm actually really surprised. Usually I find a lot of patrols that you can grind for battles. And I'm actually not finding many. I'm going to go off-roading. Beautiful, another patrol. We'll be able to take this one out easy. This will probably be a pretty easy battle. Look, it's the same force that we fought last time, but we have even more men. Name the second division. What do you guys want me to name it? I'm excited to see the Swedish. They're gonna look good. The IKEA division, yeah. Let's check these guys out. This is Ultra scale, by the way. Look how chunky the regiments are on Ultra. Look at that. Huge. I think it looks pretty cool, honestly. The French just have massive regiments, like 1,600 men in this one regiment. So they're gigantic. Look how awesome that is. And look at the blue vests with the blue flag. How cool is that? Let me just hide the tooltip. And let's check out the Royal Swedes look awesome. Look at that. Look how cool that is. I love those. That's awesome. Beautiful. By the way, Ultra is, you can spread the units out like this on Ultra. So look, you can actually go pretty much to 2 groups like that. So it's not that bad. We can go back to high, though, if you guys want to. I'm fine with doing high. All right, let's see. This enemy, we should be able to beat this enemy very nicely, very quickly. I'm just going to push up, form up my lines. We're going to kind of form, maybe I'll form like an inverted wedge to kind of lure them in. Kind of thinking something like this. Maybe that. Put the Quebecois there. And then we'll move up the Swedes there. Does it equal 1-to-1 with Ultra Scale? It's 1-to-2. So this is, if it says 1,400 men, there's half as many there. So you can imagine if there were actually 1,400, it'd be about the size of my mouse like that. The thing is, if you're going to do a 1-to-1 scale, first of all, it's probably going to lag, because that's huge. Because there's 600 models there. There's 600 of them. Even in the newest Total War game, the best you're going to get is like 300 models a unit. But the other thing is, the maps just are not going to be big enough to support 1-to-1. It's just not going to be fun, so, yeah. Oh, man, look at these. The French troops here. I love seeing all those men. That's cool. We do need to get musicians, though. I feel like they're pretty quiet as they're marching. We need to get them some good musicians. The Royal Swedish are really cool, too. I love these guys. Is there a reason not to stop at every town on the map when you pass it? You can, but if I don't have any money I want to spend, then I don't need to go shopping. Let us see here. Let's fast forward. The marching's quiet. I agree. The marching is way too quiet. There needs to be another pass on sound design so you can hear the footsteps and the drums. Even if you don't assign musicians, you will get drummers playing, but you guys can barely even hear it, so that needs to be changed. I completely agree with you. We just haven't paid as much attention to sound just yet because we're still working on like fixing some other bugs and stuff first. But we're definitely going to get to that. I agree. The marching's way too quiet. Okay, here we go. Look at the Royal Swedish. Beautiful. Reload. What about voice acting? Honestly, the truth is about voice acting, I just ran out of money. Like, I have no other excuse. I just don't have the money to pay voice actors. It'd probably be like an extra $2,000 to get voice acting in. And I'm doing all this self-funded, literally with my own savings. And I don't have a publisher or anything like that. And I'm just, you know, I don't know. Maybe I could add it later if the game does well and I get the money for it, but I just don't have the cash at the moment. It could so easily be added, though, after release. I will do it for free. It'd be cool to get volunteers. That would be neat. But yeah, I should be able to win this battle fairly easily. Like, I wouldn't even mind putting this in fast forward because I just outnumber this patrol so much. Like, we should be taking on harder armies now. I just want to take on one more patrol to get the loot. Just so we can get a little more cash. Set up I don't want to do a GoFundMe. It's a lot of effort. It's a lot of work, and I don't think it's worth doing that if it would take time off of the game. Yeah, we're breaking them. This battle is definitely a lot more boring. There's much more tense battles. This one's just, it's a very easy patrol I picked on. And I'm just fast forwarding to just destroy them. Does closest to units improve accuracy? It does. If you go to point blank, you'll... Here, I can move these guys very close. And see how much damage they do on a volley. They might break before I even get a chance to do that, to be honest. I might just have to form up. Get the cavalry going. These guys rallied? They did rally. I'll need to go charge them. Yeah, they already broke. I do want to get a new ammo type, too. There's, like, buckshot, so you can, like, make shotguns. And I really want to get a buckshot regiment. I think that'd be fun. And I need that artillery. I really want artillery. I've got the howitzers and the canister shot for it. Yeah, these guys are done. They're toast. They're toast. Alright, let's check it out. We got some good pelts we captured from them. Tompions for accuracy is very nice. And we got limber chests for our upcoming artillery. I think I'll still keep going with cash, because I really want to afford that artillery. We got some promotions out. Very nice. Very good. Let's refill. I need more ammo still. I'm really running low on ammo. Where do I want to go? Do I want to go south? I'm going to go try to take on an elite army. I am going to try to take one on. I think it's around here where my mouse is. So I'm going to go and grab a little bit of ammunition. German fuse. Oh, artillery is 900. God damn. Gosh, I really want to afford them. Sell all this off. 500. If I sell my howitzers, I'm up to 700. And the limber chest, I'm up to 800. How much do they cost? 900. It's so... Oh, raid a town. You're right, Riot. I could raid. You're absolutely right. Why don't I sell off a little bit? Like, I don't need limber chests. I do really want these tompions, though. To 600. Let's raid the town. Let me get out of there first. There. Let's burn this thing down. Earning 24 per day. Let's fast forward it. Burning it down. I got 700. Oh, wait. I'm burning down the village that I need to buy the artillery from. Oh, no. It costs 2,700 now. You're right. I should have raided a different settlement than the one I needed. All right. Well... I guess we'll finish raiding this place. Oh, that's so dumb. Either way, we're going to be up to about 800. There. We've got 800. Let's jump down. I'm so dumb for doing that. I'm so dumb. Oh! We got artillery. We got it. And watch this. We're going to sell... Do I sell the howitzers, or maybe there's another item I can get rid of? 125 for the engineers. If I get rid of these engineers for 62, 875, I'm getting close. I'm going to keep the howitzers. We're going to sell that off. I need to make 25. That's it. Just 25. We are going to get rid of... What's this? I like that. Why do we want to sacrifice? That's really tough, isn't it? Gosh. Let me think. Maybe the cheese. Get rid of the cheese. Equip tompions to this. Who has the highest accuracy as it is? The Swedes. Okay, so Swedes are going to get the tompions for even more accuracy, 51 accuracy. Then we're going to go sell some cheese. We have 912. Use the 912 to buy the artillery. Oh, awesome. That is excellent. Look at that. Beautiful. Give them a howitzer. Sell the old 3-pound gun that we no longer need. Get 99 now. Equip in canister. Beautiful. And I think we're good. Look at that, we got 2 full divisions now. Let's replenish everything. I need a little bit more ammo. It's too expensive here. I'm now going to take on that army of 8,000. Do I do it? The San Marino artillery? Alright, we'll make it the San Marino artillery. Buy back. I don't want to buy anything back. Buy the cheese. I know I have to buy the cheese back because they're the Ratatouille regiment. I know. I'll buy it back. I just have to make a San Marino flag real quick. We'll do that. There. There's the San Marino artillery. I know the cheese is devastating. God damn it, guys. I know. 75, I'll buy it back. This is devastating. Alright, the cheese is back on the Ratatouille. I know. Mariachi's coming. The next regiment we buy will be the Mariachi, and we'll get the musicians. I think I want to take on this army. We'll call this test saved in case I lose. And this is going to be a really tough battle, so here we go. Let's wait until we replenish. Oh! They're coming after me first. You guys decide, do we fight this field army who found me? Or do we take on the elite army first? What do you guys want to go for? Because we can go either way. Either battle's going to be tough, but which one do we want to prioritize? I know, I am save scumming. I don't care. It's my own game. Fight the field army, says Krupp, or do we fight the elite? Field army first. Okay, everybody's saying the field army first. Let's do it. Let's fight these guys first. Okay, here we go. They have got Hessian musketeers, recruits who are going to be easier, some artillery, and then provincial cavalry. So we're going to have cavalry on the wings that we're going to be fighting against. The Hessians are going to make the main core of the enemy. They have 4 divisional officers, so the morale's going to be tough. They only have 1 artillery unit. We have our artillery, so let's get in here and see. Now, this is where the British become tough. When they get the Hessian musketeers and they get the more elite units, that's where they become tougher. After this battle, we may take the experience gain, maybe, for the prisoners, to see if we can upgrade our units. So you can notice the battlefield's probably a little bit larger. I think it's a little larger. We're in this town. I'm probably going to skew right. I think our unit size is maybe too big. Do you see how much we're spilling out? Do you guys want to go back to high, or do you want to stay on Ultra? Ultra still looks pretty cool, but it does feel like we're kind of spilling a little bit. But either way, I think I want to line up against this fence around here, and then have the rest of my troops maybe holding the town. I think that's what I want to do. So, let's get everybody into columns so we can move quickly. There we go. Here's our artillery. The San Marino artillery. I think I'll go back to high, because Ultra just looks a little cramped. We'll go back to high, yeah. High is more balanced. Ultra's more of a gimmick. It's just if you want to see a huge unit, you know. Okay. We're going to move up. The Swedes are going to hold this main area here. We need some skirmishers, because we could actually put light infantry in the forest. And if you put the light infantry on the crouching mode, you can shoot over their heads, which I know is not very accurate, but actually, you know what? We need to stay in column until we can get to position. There we go. We're going to keep these 2 regiments in reserve. We're going to have the Irish start flanking around. And I might actually move the Foreign Legion back over to the left. In fact, I'll move the Swedish over left instead. And then Quebecois can hold this spot. And that would mean Foreign Legion can hold that spot. In fact, who's got higher morale? Ratatouille does, actually, so they're going to go up. And Foreign Legion's going to hold the reserve. I know this looks confusing. I'm just moving everybody around. Dragoons will kind of hold the back there. Enemy ordnance, standard 3-pound gun. That's not bad. We got the Hessian musketeers here. These guys are dangerous. They are dangerous. 50 morale. That's double ours. And they've got 1,200 men now. 2 regiments of Hessians. And we're going to fast forward up until we're in position. Deploy your artillery. You're right. I forgot. Let's just deploy them here. They're howitzers, so we can just kind of keep them in the back there, and they should have good range. Let's form the Swedish up. I want to... I'll just put them there. Good. Quebecois is going to hold there. And Ratatouille is going to hold there. Let's run these guys and run them as well. And the Irish are going to go deep flank with support of the Empress Dragoons. Okay. Yeah, I think this map is a little bit small for the battle that we've got. You can see on the right, it gets cut off. Look how much bigger the map actually is that I designed. But the map got cropped down because it thinks it's a small battle. But we're playing on Ultra. So you can see on the right there how much larger this battlefield could truly be. But the battles will scale with the amount of units. We technically only have like 8 units of the 20 we could possibly have. So the game doesn't want to use the biggest maps yet. So that's why I think medium or high unit size is just naturally better. All right, I think our artillery can start firing. We already got 16 kills. The closer they get, the far more kills you're going to get. If you're firing at max range, you're going to miss like every shot. But when they start closing in, you get way more accurate. So we're going to target these Hessian musketeers here. And Royal Swedish. I might swing them up just a little bit. Like that. There we go. Here we go, here we go. Get ready, troops. I think I'll fire at them. Ready? Good shot. Keep firing. I'm going to focus fire on that regiment. I'm going to have these guys fire on them too. Looks like the enemy's splitting their Hessians and moving to engage our right flank. We're going to rush these guys up on that fence line. Cavalry's also moving up, and cavalry's on the left flank too. I'm a little worried that they're going to come in and hit these guys on the front. But the Swedish Fusiliers have bayonets, and they're actually pretty good at melee. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to hold fire. Reform the line. And just focus on reloading. And then we're going to fire at the British cavalry once they come in close. Quebecois is taking a little bit of a beating, but we have these columns we can rush in and swap out if we take too many losses. So I'm going to have them really close so that we can fall right back. In fact, I'm going to put them in a line, and we can trade places if we take too many losses here. Okay, enemy's moving up. I'm going to have the Dubliners take a shot. We're going to fire a volley, fire with the carbines, and charge them, and we should be able to break them. In fact, I'm only going to fire when we're close. I'm going to hold fire, just like I did with the other guys. I'm going to wait till they get very close, and I'm going to fire point blank. Let me pause and go left, because look what's happening over here. These guys are fully reloaded. I think we're close enough to fire. Ready, aim, and... Beautiful, look at that. So if you wait till they get close, you can get really good damage off. Same over here. We're going to fire now. Firing with the carbines already. Fire with the volley. There we go. And then we're going to charge in. And we should be able to break them. There we go. Very good. Very good. I'm gonna turn off volley fire so that if anytime they have their men reloaded, they can just shoot and hit them as they're retreating. Let's check on the center. We're actually doing well on the center here. This is not bad at all. Quebecois is holding well. They've got good cover. We fended off the cavalry on the left. How's the artillery doing? 43 kills. It's doing okay. It's not doing excellent. It just needs to start gaining veterancy, get higher. It's only 40 accurate, and this is a percentage, so that means there's a 40% shot, a 40% chance that they actually hit when they shoot. So there's a higher chance they completely miss than even clipping the side of a unit. So their accuracy isn't very high. So we do need to get that up. Okay, we're breaking that cavalry. I'm going to chase after the cavalry, because they can reform. And I'm going to start sweeping the Dubliners down the flank. There. Turn on fire at will. You're right. I forgot. Let's hit the musketeers. Beautiful. I'm focus firing everything on those Hessian musketeers in the center. And I think the American and Foreign Legion troops can... they're actually... Some stray shots are actually hitting them. But I think they can hold in the reserve. I don't think we're going to need them this battle, which is nice. 70 kills. Yeah, we got to do a little bit better with that artillery. We're doing okay, though. I need to take out that cavalry back there. These guys can rally. So just to give you guys some information about the UI, notice here that it's a dark blue bar right where my mouse is drawing. This is unrecoverable morale. This is morale they'll never get back because they were so shocked at the losses they took, they can never recover that morale. This morale, the light blue, they can actually regain it if they sit and wait for a little bit. And then the medium blue morale is what they currently have. So you can see they have 12 right now. 12 means routing. If they go back to where these triangles are, if you see those little triangles in the blue, that is the point that they can rally back. So if you get the unrecoverable morale to be so high it's past the triangles, it means they can never come back, even if they waited a really long time. They're just out. In this case, the triangles are just narrowly within the recoverable morale range. So that means given a long enough time of running away, they're going to kind of catch their breath, be okay, and come back to the battlefield. So we want to chase them down, like we're doing now, and prevent them from coming back and causing problems later. But yeah, this battle actually is not too bad. I feel like the French are a little OP. I think we're doing quite well right now, honestly. There we go. So we hit them in the back, killed a few of the horsemen, and now we can just move around. And I think they have artillery, so we can have these guys go. We focus fired the Hessians, took them out. We can fire on the British recruits. We got our Irish ready. Irish are going to form up. Let's do the point-blank shot. I'm going to form these guys up on hold fire, and we're going to fire really close range into their flank and do a good amount of damage here. We're going to have our dragoons as well move up and fire with carbines in the rear. Yeah, I'm feeling quite powerful. I was playing the British yesterday to test it, and I was like losing battles pretty consistently. But right now I feel like I'm actually doing fairly well. All right, ready? Do they have to reload? I think I do have to reload. Let's rush up then. I think the Hessians rallied as well. So you can see their triangle is within the recoverable morale range, so they came back. And what they're going to do, what the AI does that I think is pretty cool, is when they retreat, they stop and reload first and then come back. So this way, if they immediately take a hit, at least they can return fire. So they're kind of like recovering, reloading their muskets, regenerating the morale before they come back to the front line. All right, are you guys ready yet? Come on, reload your damn muskets. And now their Hessians want to guard the flank, so I actually have to pull this cavalry back because they notice I'm trying to come around, so we want to pull these guys back. And where's our artillery firing? Still firing on the Hessians. Let's change targets because these units are bunched up. A little AI kind of bug right here. They overstacked in the same area. So we can exploit that by firing artillery into it. All right, are we loaded? Ready? Aim. 66 kills goes up to... Bang, 105. Knocked out the entire back half. I'm going to charge with the Dubliners because they have good charge damage. They have 53 charge. Let's hit them. Look at that. Get in there, boys. Get in there. Nice job. Yeah, the Irish are very good in melee. And I'm going to bring my officer, my cavalry nearby, so he can inspire the Dubliners to keep fighting. We also have active abilities. I forgot about this. You can actually activate an ability, and anyone next to this officer is going to get a stamina buff. So see, look at how they're... I'll pause it real quick. They have 42 stamina. If I activate this ability, they now have 56 stamina. So I forgot we actually have officer abilities we can use. I always forget about them. And then this guy, he's giving melee damage to everyone in his division, so they're all getting 10% melee damage. So we wiped out these Hessian musketeers. They shattered them. I'm going to reform because I don't want to get shot. I might try to charge back into them, though. Okay, let's pull back there. I think I want to advance or at least fire. Yeah, like that. I just don't want to get hit by these guys. I'm going to pull these guys back. There we go. And I'd love to give these guys some experience, so I wouldn't mind offering one little counter charge there. Just clear out some of their retreating troops here. There we go. Chase them down, get them. Get them, get their asses. It's brutal. It's like, you ever hear about in ancient warfare how the most amount of casualties taken is on a retreat? Get them, they're bloodthirsty. Let's push these guys up. Alright, I do need to reform because these Hessians are getting kills over here. Let's reform the men. Alright, let's push up. There we go. And artillery can still... 114 kills in the artillery is not bad for a basic recruit artillery. It's like the lowest tier. So once that artillery gets more accurate, if we give it some items, we give it some veterancy, upgrade it, it's going to be even better. Okay, let's fire and try to break these guys. Oh, they're pulling back now already. They might be pulling back to the fence line here. I don't know what they're doing. It looks like they're adjusting their flank. I think they're trying to guard the artillery, maybe. Yeah. Alright, Ratatouille. See if you can break him, Ratatouille. Let's do it. Okay, not bad. You got a couple kills, 117. I'm going to finish these guys off with a cavalry charge. Move the cavalry. Yeah, I'm going to go finish them off. The morale is so low, I think I can take them out. Here we go. Ready. Charge. Here we go. What kind of morale damage? There we go. Oh, we both broke at the same time. It scared both units off. There's a very slim chance both sides get scared, and I think our guys got freaked out on impact, and they got freaked out. They ran. We might be able to actually bring them back if the officer says, "What the hell are you guys doing?" Yeah, let's bring back the officer, and let's see if they'll come back. I think we pushed our cavalry a little too hard. You can see they took a lot of losses. Only 260 men charged into like 600. I think we freaked them out a little bit. They just touched each other. Yeah, they both got scared before making impact, and they both ran. We have the lowest tier French cavalry right now, so if we can get them upgraded... There we go, we brought them back. Check that out. And they're exhausted. Look at the stamina. They have 2 stamina. So we could actually probably fire off another one of these. And now they have better stamina. I think I'll push them back up now. Oh, jeez. What happened there? Oh, is it because they're within... Okay, here's what's happening. They're within range of the officer. If the officer leaves, they will retreat. So they're only being held on the battlefield because the general's nearby. So they need to be babysat. The general literally needs to be there. Otherwise, they will refuse to fight. So we have to bring both of them together. Come on, buddy. It's okay. And then bring them up as a little team. And then we should be able to knock out the rest of that artillery there. There we go. Beautiful. Is it possible to accidentally kill your own units with artillery or cav rushing mid-volley? Yes, it is. The units will try their very best. Oh, look how much loot we got. They will try their very best to avoid friendly fire. And they will sometimes not shoot. But if you run right before a shot goes off, you can take friendly fire damage, yeah. It's possible. And the artillery does splash damage, so they can as well. Okay, we've won the battle here. Do we want experience? 1,000 experience. We have, like, no money, though, right now, do we? 300 money is not even that impressive. Manpower and ammo. Gosh, what do I want? What do you guys think we should get? And I want to take on that elite army next. I'm wondering... Color of the artillery facings. We could do that. Money, manpower, experience. I'm not quite sure. Got 4 people saying money, 1 for experience. Money. Yeah, we could go cash. Let's ransom them. Alright, what kind of experience have we got? Oh, the Irish are getting there. The Irish are 1 away from becoming grenadiers. That's pretty nice. We need a little bit of manpower. We're going to have to come back to that army, so we're going to stop at Marquain. I don't want to go to Odenburg because it's got a disrupted industry, so the ammunition's way too expensive. So I'm going to go here, pick up some ammo with our cash. Let's refill. Gosh, we need like 2 more batches of ammo. Oh, we can sell the furs we don't need. Canteens are nice. I don't need blanket rolls. Haversacks are pretty nice too. I like cartridge boxes because running out of ammo is going to become a problem as our troops professionalize. They're going to reload faster and faster, and then if they run out of ammo, you're screwed. So I'm going to go and keep them. I have 400 now. I'm going to get more ammo. Let's see how much more we need. 7 left. I think we'll get another batch of ammo and maybe a manpower as well. Let's refill these guys completely. I want to get our army fresh. And opening our next division is only 450. It would be really cool if we can get a 3rd division by the time of that headquarters battle. Irish Grenadiers don't have bearskin or meter caps. Yeah, they don't over Sama. Isn't that weird? I was researching the uniforms, and it looks like they actually had the exact same uniform as a regular Fusilier, so I had to kind of make it up a little bit and just give them, like, a gold tricorn to make them stand out, and I gave them a lighter crossbelt. A refill all button could be useful. We have one. It is actually here. You can do a refill all. So look at that. It just refilled all the ammo. I like to just manually do it, though, because I want to see how much ammo people need and what they have. We need a little bit more manpower. Let's refill the cavalry. Okay, we're in good shape now. Everyone's pretty close to upgrading. I want to give... Who reloads the fastest? Let's see. 30 seconds, 28, 27, 27, 27, 27. Let's give these guys the cartridge boxes, the Ratatouille and the Americans. Canteens for endurance. Who has low endurance? Let's see. The fatigue is 51, 47, 56. I run the Irish all the time, don't I? So why don't we give the Irish canteens? And now look, they have 73 endurance. We can run them a lot more. And who needs the morale? 31. 21 morale on the Americans? It's so low. I feel like the Foreign Legion, though, should be more elite, right? So we should give them that. And then we have to color the facings of these guys here. And that kind of configures our setup here. I think we're in good shape with that. And then I think we're ready to try to take on that big army. I think we can do it. Because that last army... Didn't that last battle feel pretty easy? That didn't seem too bad. So I think we're ready to take these guys on now. Let's camp out in front of them. We'll forage, which reduces food consumption, and wait until our troops are replenished. So we might have to wait another day. Winter's going to hit very soon, by the way, and it means we're going to have to engage this army. So I think what we have... Yeah, we'll save. I would like to do the drilling stance, because you get experience, but we don't have ammo. Look, we have 0 ammo. I think what we have to do is beat this army, take its manpower and ammunition from that, and then engage this army next. And winter's about to hit on like day 60. So yeah, let's hit play, keep foraging to reduce food consumption. We're almost replenished. A new army's coming in. We want to engage now. And I want to avoid fighting that other army. Audenburg, what do we have? Lots. Okay, here we go. Lots of Hanoverian troops now. Some basic recruits, that's okay. A big chunk of artillery. So we're going to expect to maybe take some losses here. Dragoons and light dragoons, so no more provincial cavalry. This is actually good cavalry now. So this might be a tough battle. And we've still got recruits. The Royal Swedes aren't bad. We're going to have to really try. We're almost evenly numbered with a much harder army, okay? If this doesn't work, we can always reload a save and bypass this army and fight the headquarters instead. But I really want to fight this battle because I want to get us that experience we need. Because I know that that boss battle, there's only 7,000 men in that army for that boss, so that must mean they have really elite troops, and I don't want to get caught off guard. All right, we have a similar map. We have the same map as last time, actually. So I think we may go with a similar strategy. I don't think we want to fight in the marshes. So let's try. I think we're just going to try the same thing. I do have to make more maps. I've designed all of them. Did you know I built all these maps? I placed all the little fence posts and placed the buildings. I think I built about 8 of them, so I'm going to probably try to do like another 5 more before release. It'd be cool to do one where it's like a big river in the middle, and then one where it's just tons of hills everywhere, and then maybe one with it's like all farmland. It'd be cool to like, this one's got like a mix of town and farm and a river. It'd be neat to do one that's like all of one terrain to really lean into that. And by the way, this is the high unit size, so you can see we have a smaller army going on. Let's move these guys up. I like the same strategy we did last time. We're just going to be facing harder enemies this time. So here's what they've got. Hanoverians. More Hanoverians. There they are. There. They've got a huge artillery corps in the back. Look at that. And this guy's dangerous. Bronze 16-pound howitzers with a limber chest. That's a dangerous artillery unit. That one's very, very dangerous. Okay. Here we go. Keep these guys over here. At least we got a couple upgrades in after that last battle. Let's get the Foreign Legion up on the fence. Do your maps reflect the campaign? They do, for the most part. I can basically, when I design a map, you give it tags on, does it have a forest? Does it include water? Is there a town? And so on. And then the game will try to find an appropriate map. The thing is, there aren't very many maps, right now at least. So if you were to really limit it to it having to have the exact characteristics of what it looks like on the campaign map, then you're going to be playing on the same maps similarly over and over again. Let's move up the artillery a little closer. Let's get the Dragoons on the side. I'm going to keep the Dragoons in the rear because they need to countercharge when the enemy pushes us. And you can see we're already taking losses from that artillery. They have a huge artillery corps. They're firing from all the way back there. That's how much confidence they have. They're firing all the way back there into the Quebecois regiment. And then the other artillery is moving up. The Hanoverian foot's going to be a little tough. Damn, they have really good... Look, they've got Fifers. Listen for it. Hold on. It's a little quiet, but you can hear it. We just have to boost the sounds. I think some of the sounds are just way too quiet. Do you always start on the same side of the map? You do, because the game is technically two-dimensional. Like, these trees are all two-dimensional. The buildings are two-dimensional. There is no backside of this house. So you can't, unfortunately. If this game does well, the next thing I want to do for our next game is just go full 3D. It was... If you guys can believe it, it was actually harder to make this game two-dimensional than if we had just done full 3D. This is like 2.5D right now. It would have actually been easier to develop if we just did full 3D. So next time I learned. These are just things you learn as you develop and just gain experience. Oh gosh, these guys are moving up fast. They've got really good shoes, and they're moving up way too quickly for me. This is going to be bloody. We're going to be fighting at like point blank over here. Oh man. All right. Let's sprint up here. Yeah, that's tough. We got to get up fast. Let's fire on these guys. That artillery's coming in. All right. I'm going to have all three guys maybe fire on this regiment here so that we can break that center. There we go. Good shots. Good shots. Let's push these guys up. Come on, Ratatouille, let's go. You wish your rats were that fast? I know, with the Ratatouille, we do need to give them shoes. We need to make them fast. Alright, fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna form... Gosh, that's... Look, they see how isolated I am. We've got to move up the Dragoons on the right and take out that cavalry, and then we can swing around the flank. Alright, let's form up. I'm going to form a really thin line and hold fire at the same time and get as many shots off as we possibly can at point blank. And then we're going to have our cavalry ready to charge in for a counterattack. You can see the Dragoons are going for a deep flank on the left as well. But our Royal Swedish are going to be able to hold this river, and I think we'll be okay. This regiment's being annihilated. Yeah, the Quebecois is getting really hit hard by artillery. I might have to just space them out like this. And how's our artillery doing? Are we firing? Yeah, we're firing here. 16 kills. Our artillery is not doing great. Maybe we should move it up and switch to canister. Why don't we do this? Let's move them up onto the fence line. We'll go just out of range. Take Ratatouille, and maybe I'll scurry everybody down. What if we make room for them and open up a little canister firing area? We can't fire canister through our own men, so if we can Yeah, ready? Thin red line. Let's go. Aim. And fire. Here we go. Okay, good shot. Very good shot. We're going to charge them. There we go. I think we'll be able to win that. The Dublin's really good at melee. Perfect. Okay, we fended them off. Last time I streamed, do you guys remember how scary the cavalry was? The French would bring, like, cuirassiers in and just start wrecking my line. This has been going much better. But yeah, I'm trying to move down to get the canister ready. Here we go. Now we're loading canister. We're going to be able to fire through the fence line here. Reloading. I love the gunshots. Let me turn it up. I'll go quiet for a little bit and take a listen. Alright, I'm turning it down a little bit. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Alright, when is this artillery going to be ready to fire? It's taking a while to reload. I'm going to fast forward it. I want to see them fire. Oh, no, 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 don't fall back. Oh, I really want to get the canister shot off. I mean, we'll fire... If they're all the way back here, it's the fire is not going to be that effective. Okay, get ready, guys. 16 kills up to 96. Okay, that's not bad. That was not bad. So we killed all these guys there. I think we can... That was still good damage. I think we can pull up. Yeah, and then let's get the cavalry around, take out all the artillery. Oh, jeez. I forgot to move my officer up. Yeah, that's not good. They've got to hold. This is where the French morale becomes a bit worrying. You really got to pay attention to the morale. And these guys have got to hold that position. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's... Yeah, these dragoons are a little scary. The officer's holding the line here. Cavalry's moving around. We're going to knock out that artillery. Come on, guys. Gotta hold. A lot of these guys are wavering. It looks like we're winning, but you can see here we're kind of barely holding on. Look at these guys are wavering as well. Only 14 morale. The morale bar looks big, but some of you might notice. Check this out. See how it's just one big blue bar? If I look at my enemy, do you see how they have lines in their blue bar? Every line stands for about 20 morale. So this is about 20, 40, maybe 55 morale is what they have. Let's see. 60 morale. Okay, this has 60. I don't have a single line. So this means I have what? This bar equals 20. So I might have like 17 morale right now. 14. So you can see how much higher morale these guys have compared to mine. That French morale is just really, really tough. We need that canister shot to break this unit. Have triple stack firing onto this, and then sweep down the right. We also have to make sure this cavalry does not break the Swedish. And the Swedish have good morale, and that our cavalry in the back has enough time to kill this artillery. We should be ready for another volley pretty soon. But yeah, that morale is really, really tough. And luckily this officer is able to hold. Their artillery is actually targeting ours. Okay, guys. Okay, beautiful. We knocked out... Now, once we knock out their artillery, that should send a little morale shock. It should freak them out that we have guys in their rear. So that should do a little bit of morale damage onto them. Look at that. See how the morale just tanked? It's because we took out some of their rear troops. And it actually broke these guys. They got scared and they left. So that's very good for us. Oh, these guys got hit in the river. Perfect. And the cavalry's pulling out. So we can fix that line. So I think we just kind of held it at the end there. That got close. That was a little dangerous. Canister just fired another 100 kills. Beautiful. Up to 216. Look at all the bodies left from that. These guys are very close to about to break. What we're now going to do is grab all these guys, reconcentrate fire, and turn off volley fire. Any guy ready to shoot is going to fire. And as soon as these guys... Look, individuals are now going to start firing. And now that right flank is breaking, which is very good for us. I'm gonna have these guys... no, we'll keep firing center. Good. Okay, they're breaking. Now that right flank can sweep down. The enemy's rallied in the back there. I'm gonna switch back to synchronized firing. Form back up. Have our carbines pick off those Hanoverians. We are breaking a little bit there. Not the officers, not enough to hold the Americans in line, so we need that right flank to help us out. We're gonna move these guys up. And Dubliners are gonna start firing. Our Empress Dragoons are exhausted. We need to give them, like, canteens or something. And the cavalry, you can see the cavalry actually was going left, switch targets, and they want to take advantage of my exhausted cavalry. So we're going to have to actually get the hell out of there. And the infantry is going to try to maybe... Oh, no, okay, we're good. I thought they were going to turn around and fire and pinch my cavalry. And it looks like I should be able to get out of there. They don't want to turn their rear on my Dubliners. So my Dublin troops are the only reason these guys aren't turning around and blasting my cavalry. So thank God for the Irish here. But we need to get out. We can't beat the Dragoons. And you can see my guys are starting to get exhausted. I can fire off the push-on ability, boost the stamina of these troops. I'm going to move the general over and rally both of those units. The Americans are shattered. But yeah, my cavalry is just too weak. Like, there's only 300 guys here. If I rear charge, I just don't even think I'm strong enough. This is we called them the Dragoons. These guys are in reality militia cavalry. We just renamed them to that. So they're not very good. Like, the morale is 15. On impact, I'll probably break. So they're better off held in reserve right now. And I'm going to move up my artillery and fire the canister into the Hanoverians there. Technically, this is battalion artillery, and battalion artillery is meant to fight on the front line. Back then, you would have two types of artillery. The battalion artillery would actually travel up front on the front line with the regiments. And again, we renamed these guys to San Marino, but the actual unit type is battalion artillery. They actually have a faster reload, but they're less accurate. So you're actually meant to put these guys up on the front line, which is why they weren't as effective before. Once they gain enough kills, we can upgrade them to field artillery, and they'll actually gain 2 or 3 more cannons, and you can keep them in the back and use them as a rear artillery to do supporting fire. But yeah, you can see the enemy's trying to hold that right, and we weren't able to sweep it as effectively as we wanted to. And I'm a little afraid of these Dragoons still. Luckily, we got rid of their artillery, so it's just the front line that's holding now. I'm going to double up fire on the recruits. San Marino artillery is forming up. Ready. Now we still got a ram. Okay. They're almost ready. I think a canister shot, taking out 100 of these Hanoverians is going to be really effective for us. You can see that Ratatouille is about to break, which is not good. Irish are still holding strong. I'm going to switch targeting over to the Dragoons. Okay. And then Emperor's Dragoons are going to get ready to fire. Yeah, here they go. That's not good. Fire when ready. I have to countercharge it because they're going after my weak cavalry. So I'm going to countercharge them. And then charge these guys in too. Get everybody into the fray. How's that canister shot coming along? Almost ready. 416 kills is not bad. That artillery is doing pretty good. They're doing good work. Yeah, you can just see how dangerous that cavalry is. My morale is pretty low already. They're holding there. The British Dragoons are quite good. Okay. We got them. Let's chase them down and reform. We shattered them. That's very good. I will keep the stream live, Brian. Yeah, the stream will stay live on the channel. Ratatouille's falling back. Foreign Legion still holding. Dublin troops are still holding. Emperor's Dragoons are gonna... I'm gonna chase these Dragoons down and kill them. Oh, I retreat. Oh, damn. Okay, I always keep pushing them too far. I push them too far and I break them. I need to stop doing that. Regiment de Dauphine Cavalry. If we get another cavalry unit, I can name them that if you want. Damn, these guys, we broke them before, but they don't want to leave. They're doing really good. 500 kills. The canister shot is annihilating the Hanoverians, but they're holding. They've got Bibles and musicians, and that's really making them hold. And Haversack, so +6 morale, +2 morale, +12 morale. That's why these guys are like fighting to the death here. We just keep hitting them with canister, and they just do not want to fall back. How about these guys? I feel like these guys have some morale as well. They get a cover bonus, okay. Damn, it's a close fight, isn't it? It's really bloody. This battle was much harder. I think we're still going to win this, but it's much harder. Thank God for the San Marino artillery. 500 kills with canister. Look how many bodies are falling. Just keep hitting them. Keep hitting them. I think one more canister that might break them. Uh-oh, they're targeting the artillery. Uh-oh, uh-oh. If we can fire off that canister in time... No, they hit the artillery. They knew the artillery was about to load, and they're like, no, no, no. We're taking you out. Sorry. These guys are right about to break. Just a little bit more. Wow, this is tough. This is really, really tough. Maybe my... Here, look. My general can bring back the artillery. There we go. Are they still hitting me? Yeah, we're still in range, so let's fall back. We're just out of range now of them. And then we can fire onto them. The generals rallied them. Okay, we broke the left flank. That's very good. Royal Swedish did very good. Look how many guys they lost, but they're still holding. The enemy's finally broken there. Okay, yeah, we got it. It's just that one unit's fighting to the death. Wow. Okay, we got it. We got it. Look how many guys are retreating. We barely won that one. Now, what's cool is... this was an elite army. We get extra rewards. Look how crazy the rewards are for this. We get all this crap. And then we get a new doctrine for winning this battle. Because it's an elite army, we get a doctrine upgrade, I'm pretty sure. So this is going to be... yeah, we definitely need the manpower and ammo. The money's tempting, but we need the manpower and ammo from that. Because we took such heavy losses. We have to be smart about the logistics. We got tons of promotions. Even the officers got promotions. Very good. So Day Trees can get a promotion. Let's start reforming our army a little bit here. We're going to make these guys the melee division and make these guys the shooting division. And then kind of split them and specialize our officers. Actually, De Suisse already has a melee buff. Okay. So if De Trees can get a shooting buff, that'd be great. What do we got? Infantry accuracy is great. Or regiment accuracy. If you get regiment accuracy, he'll boost the artillery too. So I think we want to get all regiment accuracy instead of just infantry, right? I think we want to do that. Because I was even mentioning before the artillery needs a little bit more accuracy. So we're going to go focused. There we go. And then De Suisse, we want melee. Charge damage plus 15% or officer fatality chance. Or, wow, we got all melee. Isn't that lucky? Melee damage. Which one of these? No quarter as an ability. I don't want an ability right now. Cavalier or Zealous. That's tough. What do you guys think? That's a really tough one, isn't it? Z co-op guys, in the Prussian campaign there was a bug where units behind targeted... Yeah, what you're asking about is my general getting killed behind my lines. That's been fixed. We have not ran into that bug so far. Cavalier or Zealous, what are we thinking, guys? Cavalier is way better. Alright, we'll go Cavalier. Let's do that. We'll go Cavalier and then we'll upgrade more men to Cavalry. I think that's what we'll do. So check this out. Like the French Foreign Legion could become a cavalry unit if we wanted them to. Then again, they're specialized in shooting actually, so we might swap them. Here's what I think we'll do. Let's first try to refill everybody. Okay. Swedes, these guys are shooters. Quebecois, 43 accuracy, 56, 37, 41. I'm gonna... 26. We're gonna move... Ratatouille's gonna be more of a melee-focused unit. We need to give them boots as well. We don't need the ammo consumption, we need movement speed on them. There. San Marino artillery needs to get moved over. Let's move them there. There. This is our shooting-focused division, and this is our melee-focused division with Irish, Ratatouille, American Volunteers, and Dragoons. We're going to probably convert maybe either the Americans or the Ratatouille to cavalry. I feel like Ratatouille should be cavalry, right? And then we'll keep the Americans and the Dubliners as infantry. Is anyone else ready for an upgrade? Not really, unfortunately. Okay. And then we need to give the Ratatouille big hats. Yeah, let's see. I mean, they could go for... They could be Hussars like that, and we could recolor them any color we want. I think we'll probably make them Hussars when we can. Bibles, I don't know if we really need Bibles. We have a Limber Chest, which is not bad. Probably sell it off. I feel like I don't need it right now. I do like the cartridge boxes, because I do burn through a lot of ammo. So I'm going to equip a cartridge box. I'm going to sell off everything else and make a ton of money. We're going to go on force march and run back and ignore that army for now. We're going to go back here, sell off everything at the church. Yeah, I would just want to make a ton of cash. There, we have 500. We're going to grab a little bit of manpower, refill what we can. Grab even... they're out of manpower. Where do we want to run back to, then? I might sweep around right, go up to this village, and then up north. Only because I want to avoid the army that's in front of us there. I don't want to fight them. I want to take out that main enemy army, because winter's about to come. And I think we can do it. So let's avoid the field army that was chasing us. Let's go here. Grab some manpower. Refill. Yeah, the church is like, thanks for the donation. Yeah, exactly. Let's refill the ammo. There we go. We can use our remaining ammo to drill, which I think would actually be pretty good. Or we could maybe pick up... Do we have a specialty ammunition we could buy? We don't. I was going to say I wanted that buckshot. Let's drill a little bit and spend some of that ammo. It also speeds up replenishment, so you can see how fast we just replenished. One more day of it. There we go. So we did 2 days of drilling. We actually promoted the Irish as a result of the drilling we just did. And now they're ready to go to Grenadiers, which is awesome. So these guys are even more better. The American volunteers are ready to be promoted if we want to. We may want to wait to make them the German Fusiliers, because I want that blue coat. Or we could go voluntaries, but that'll make them lighter infantry, and we probably don't want the Americans to be light infantry, especially if they're in the melee division. The French Foreign Legion, I think I want to make actually foreign. So we're going to wait for another promotion before we upgrade them. And that means everyone else is waiting. How about Ratatouille? They need to wait too. Yeah, I wish... I don't want to have recruits by the time I fight the boss army. So maybe I take on... Maybe I take on this field army first. Get experience from the battle. Because I have the cash, so I can buy more manpower to replace my losses. I'll get experience from that battle and get as many promotions off as I can. And then fight off this big elite army that's about to hit me. I think that's what I want to do. I'd want to go Hussars, but look, I can't. I need more experience first. So yeah, we also have these bayonets that got unequipped. Re-equip those. Buy food. Yeah, I do need food. Let me buy a little food first. Let's get a little food there. That's good. And then let's take on this army. I bet I can beat these guys. They don't seem too hard. Only 2 units of British foot. We're going to wipe these guys out. We're very close to having the army the way we need it to be. We're very, very close. Okay, we got a new map. Big open fields. Cavalry or artillery ready. I'm happy enough with this deployment. I know they've got cavalry on the flanks, though, so I do want to have my better troops on the flanks. So we'll put the Dubliner. Dubliners have been really good at holding off cavalry charges, and the Swedes are good at that, too. So we're going to space them out so they get maximum firepower to hold those off. By the way, check out the new hats, because they are now Irish Grenadiers. Very nice. Let's space them out. And now we're going to go after... This army is not hard. I'm going to form up... I'm going to let them come to me. Form up there. Form up here. Get maximum fire. I'm going to space out to just get lots of firepower because I'm not afraid of this force. Get on the hill. And then get these guys up. and running. We'll get Broglie. It'd be cool to get the artillery on the hill, but I think it's a bit of a stretch, so let's just hold and just... We did 45 damage in just that one shot. So I think the artillery is good to just hang out. I think it's already doing good work. Empress Dragoons, we'll get them on the flank. It's been too easy to defend a cavalry charge. I think you're probably right. That being said, we haven't faced particularly difficult cavalry. It hasn't been like cuirassiers. Like, these guys are provincials with no veterancy, with no items, so they're not too strong. There is some cavalry that's just crazy strong. I will say I took a note for myself to make the lowest tier cavalry more effective and to make the highest tier cavalry slightly less effective. So kind of just pulling both sides toward the middle. Because right now, bad cavalry is really bad cavalry, and good cavalry is way too strong. So I think that's kind of the balancing I want to do. I'm going to go chase that provincial cavalry with my Swedes. There we go. And I'm happy to keep the Dubliners on the hedgerows. There. But yeah, winter's coming, and we've got some tough enemies to face when that does come. I'm going to fight these guys off. There we go. Here they come. Broke them. There we go. Yeah, my guys are becoming pretty good now. And the provincial cavalry is just no match for my troops. But yeah, this battle relative to the other one we just fought should not be too difficult for us. I'm pretty sure we got this. Look how fast I can just kind of get through this one. This army is just not that strong. I'm going to chase down the prisoners back here. Let's take these guys out. There we go. Just racking up some experience. And then the rest of these guys are going to converge. Take them out. I don't want to push the cavalry in because I just don't want to take unnecessary losses. Like, it's not worth it to me. Just want to flank around, take these guys out. This is a pretty weak army. I'll get the cavalry around with carbines as well. 600 people watching. Yeah, I know. Isn't it crazy how many people are watching? That's very cool. I did say, or I did forget to thank you guys. The last stream I did has 150,000 views. Isn't that nuts? Isn't that absolutely crazy? So thank you guys for watching. Like, I will pause, or I'll just let this play out because we're about to win. But this game is being made by like 3 or 4 people. That's it. So there's a very small team. We worked as hard as we can on this. We're still working really hard on this. It's not perfect. I'm not I'm like you guys. I like the same types of games that you guys like. I know what the deficiencies of this game are. I know where the strengths are, and we're making this for you guys. We're trying to make a game. I'm trying to make a game that I would want to play. I played games like Empire Total War, and I've thought to myself, I wish I could just focus in on one army, customize it, make a really cool historical force. And I don't want to have to worry about like the trade and the economy. I just want to focus in. So that's kind of what we tried to do with this game. We've only spent like a year and a half on this, and it was really hard to build this battle system from scratch. But now that we have a foundation, it's something that we can build on. We can build more games off of this, or we can build on this game in particular. The really cool thing is I don't want to make other types of games. I just want to keep building on these types of games. So if it took a year and a half just to build the foundations, if we already have the foundations to build off of, it means we can build more games faster and just build cooler features on top of the foundations we've already laid. So I'm excited to work on those things. I think you guys will like it. And I'm really appreciative that you guys are giving me the support. I know it doesn't look like a AAA, beautiful 3D, you know, I'm completely aware of that. I know what the game looks like. I know, again, what the cool parts are and what the deficiencies are. But we worked really hard on it, and hopefully if you give us the opportunity, if you support the game and you give it, and you guys like it, and you give us that opportunity, then we can keep making cool stuff and build this out and become even bigger and better as time goes on. This is my #1 passion. I know I'm a YouTuber technically, and I make history videos. I care about this more than anything else. If I could just do this, I would love to do that. Even the hard parts, I love it. It's the most difficult job I've ever done. But if I can just do this, I'm so happy doing it. It's so cool having you guys, having the community, building a historical game. It's so fun. Again, even the tough parts are so worth it. And it's an absolute dream to be able to work on something like this. I will making my life's work to make even bigger, cooler projects in this. With any way I possibly can, this is what I want to do. So again, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate even the criticisms and what you guys like, what you don't like, and yeah. Okay. Let's see what we want to do here. I said I wanted the experience because we wanted to get some upgrades going. We didn't even take many losses. I think it's worth getting the experience here. Okay, so we got Veterancy 3 Swedish Fusiliers, Quebecois at level 2, Dubliners are at 2, American Volunteers are at 2, Ratatouille. I think everybody needs to be at about Veterancy 3. That's where we need to be right now. I'm gonna go drop off some goods that we don't need. I like the canteens. I think the cavalry needs canteens because they've been running out of breath constantly, haven't they? We'll sell off the limber chests that we don't need. We have a lot of money. We might be able to buy a new division. No, we can't afford it. I know you guys want the mariachi. I know you guys want the mariachi. So, but yeah, by the way, guys, not to make this a big, like, thank you fest, but I appreciate everybody's kind comments. Thank you guys so much for your support. I've been reading, I have this on my second monitor, so I'm reading everything you guys are saying. So I appreciate that. Love seeing this is my first video on my homepage. Definitely not expecting a release earlier than a set date, but checking the Steam page. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. We should all support this. Yeah, that's very nice of you guys. Customize the officers. I could do a little customization on them if we want to. De Suisse is a melee guy. Maybe we... You know what would be cool? Look at this. Let's give him a breastplate. Check this out. Look at that. And then give him like a big silver hat like that. I think he looks cool like that. And De Trees is more of a shooting type of guy. I think he looks good like that. Thank you, Agrippa. I appreciate it. You guys are very nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, let's auto refill some of our losses. Let's auto refill the ammo, but I want to go back and pick up some more ammunition. And I'm like running errands right now. Let's run back, pick up the ammo, and drill our troops as much as we can. We took out a lot of the patrols, so there's not many forces left in this area that we have to worry about. I'm going to spend the rest of our cash on ammo. I'm going to push us up. We're going to go into drilling stance, and then we're going to engage that army as soon as we're ready. So let's start drilling. Here's winter. Here we go. So winter, we're going to be losing food. Let's go in. Let's buy as much food as we can. Let's sell off the boots. We need as much food to survive the winter because we're going to be losing 30 per day. We're going to go back into drilling stance. We're going to get as much. We're going to spend all that ammo, all of our excess ammo on drill. We did that. Now we're going to go after that army. I'm going to go check on... Here they go. Headquarters active. Here they come. They're coming for us now. All right, guys. This is the final battle of Region 1. If you lose this battle, if you lose, it's all over. So here we go. Let's see if that drilling got us any promotions. Oh, hell yes. Look at this, guys. Quebecois at level 3. We're ready to go to Veteran Fusilier. Much better. Got the gold tricorns. Is anybody else ready? Ratatouille's still at 2. They're just barely off. I really wanted Hussars. The Americans are at 2. Gosh, could I go back and get ammunition somehow? I need to get some ammo. Because if I drill for one more day, I'm going to have what I need. I need one more day of drilling. I'm also going to take ammo away from the cavalry and give it to the Irish instead. They need it more. We're going to let that headquarters chase after us, and we're going to go back. Look how fast they're going to come. Oh, geez. Let's force march. Let's get in here. What could we sell for ammo? How much is ammo? 66. So we need to come up with $50 by selling off. Let's sell this off because we're not going to charge. How much is this worth? 300. Sell this off for 150. Grab ammunition. We have a little cash left over, which is good. I could grab the manpower. Do we need to refill any losses? Maybe I know we're going to take losses from this battle, so let's grab some... Oh, they have no manpower left. Okay. I'm going to drill for as long as I can. Okay. I drilled. Did we get any promotions? Oh, look how close. 887 out of 950. Damn. I really want to get another promotion in. I just don't think it's going to be possible. Gosh, I'm a little scared of this battle. Time to raid? Yeah, I could raid. I could raid while we wait. I think that's a good call. 7,400 men. This is it. All right. Call it the finale. I'm a little afraid of this army coming after us. Let's raid. Did we get 1 day of raiding in? We didn't even get a day of raiding in. Here we go. Battle of Marquain. We've got some Minden British Rose veteran foot. We've got 3 units of field artillery. We have a couple recruits. That's not bad to take on. That's pretty easy there. 4 artillery units, though, so we're going to get bombed to all hell. We've got no food left and no manpower. So after winning this battle, we're going to go for food, definitely, to get into that next region. We got dragoons and light dragoons and regular dragoons. Okay, I am going to go pee. And when I come back, we're fighting this battle. So I'm going to load, and I'll be right back. Is there anything else we need to do? I don't think so, right? Yeah, let's go for it. All right, I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. We've had no crashes, which is good. Whew. All right, here we go. Here's our battlefield. I think it's going to be bigger this time. Do we have a big... Yeah, look at this. Look how big the battlefield is. It's not as big as it could be. There's still some room over there. But this seems like a slightly larger battlefield we're on. Okay, here we go. So, let's read our terrain. We have a road in the front with a town and a forest. We have some fences, which is really good if we can hold that fence line on our right flank. We've got this kind of area here. We don't really, probably don't need it. What's the enemy got? Light dragoons. They've got veteran foot with musicians, gun picks, canteens, another veteran foot in the ice. They've got this veteran foot, more musicians, recruits. Okay, their left flank is weak. The left flank is weaker. So I think we will likely stack maybe more of our powerful troops on the left flank and have our high morale troops hold the right flank and just hold and then try to sweep down the left. So that I think is our plan. So artillery can hold the center, that's fine. If we need them, we'll switch to canister. The dragoons are going to be on the left. These guys need the experience, by the way, so I need to go chase down prisoners. We need to grind experience. Who is the highest morale? Let's see. 23, 63, 31, 32, 35, 50. Maybe the... Yeah, but I want the most powerful troops on the left. I'm going to keep the Irish on the right with the Americans and the Ratatouille. Which officer could I have back there as well? Here. My general could be back here. And then we'll have our left flank held by the Swedes, in command of the Swedish here, along with the Quebecois and French Foreign Legion. How am I going to use the melee buff? Oh, true. I do have that cavalry buff. These guys are getting 41 melee skill, which is not bad. All right, let's see here. Using the artillery in front like Empire works well, or is it too much of a risk? It does work well. You can put it... It is a risk. Like, last time I did it, I got 500 kills, but they turned and shot me, and I almost lost my whole battery. And if it's lost, it's gone. This is such an expensive unit. It costs $900 to get. And a recruit only costs like 300. So this guy, you want to keep him alive. Okay. Here we go. Ratatouille's going to hold the town because I know their morale's low as it is. Dublin Grenadiers have crazy high morale. I might curl around and hold this hedge. And the Americans could maybe kind of hold this front there. The general's going to be in the back and hold that flank together. Because some really tough enemy troops are going to be coming that way. I'm going to put the artillery a little further up, because closer, the better for accuracy. Foreign Legion's going to push towards the center, and this little contingent is going to push incredibly hard on trying to crack the recruits on the left. Break that. And in fact, I'll put the Swedish kind of on the backside of this hill. And Quebecois is going to hold here. Are we going to show some of Chapter 2 today? It's a little late. I've been streaming for over 2 hours, so I could. We'll see how things go. The only thing is I have not fully balanced Regions 2 and 3 yet to the point where I'm happy with it. Like, we might see an army that's way too strong or way too weak. I need to do more balancing. So if I continued to Region 2, it would almost be like a live playtesting session, which I'd be open for, but I'm a little tired of streaming. But we'll see. We'll just see how we feel. If you guys want to continue the playthrough, I could continue it. All right, these guys are moving up quick. What do they have here? Musicians, canteens, 37 movement speed. Yeah, they're getting there quickly. We only have 15, so we need to sprint if we're going to get there in time. So we're going to sprint the center. Artillery's hitting us. That's tough. That artillery is going to be really, really tough. All 3-pounders, though. Very lucky. It's all 3-pounders, so low artillery ordnance, or low artillery caliber. Okay, here they come. We're going to end up getting really close range, but I think it's okay. Dragoons are there. How's the artillery? Not deployed yet. Let's get them deployed. Damn, they're targeting my general. That's nasty, guys. That is nasty. Don't be doing that. Kind of have like a checkerboard attack, don't they? Okay, here we go. Let's push up. I'm probably making a mistake getting this close, but... And they're in cover. They're in the forest. Invigorated, so they have such high stamina. They're actually getting a combat... 230% combat effectiveness. Oh, they're excited to kill Frenchmen. They're way too excited. Let's make them less excited. This right flank's going to be tough to hold, but we got to just power through and take out... Yeah, once we form up, we're going to do a devastating volley. In fact, I'm going to hold fire and move up point blank and hit these guys right in their face and then charge them. I'm going to do a classic strategy, Swedish strategy, the Gaupaw. I'm going to move up, hit them right in the face, and then charge them off the field. And the cavalry's going to be right behind them to boost them. All right, ready? Here we go. Oh, man. Form up, form up. Let's go. Get running, get moving. Come on, quickly. Ready? Bang, and now hit them. There we go. Beautiful. Good job. Look, that's classic Swedish tactics. That worked perfectly. Yeah, these are my Karelians. It was very good. This is dangerous as hell, man. The veteran troops are dangerous. Artillery's doing a good job, though. Let's swing the Americans up. They reformed. We're going to hit them again and charge them one more time. Actually, screw it. I'm just going to go in. I need to roll up this left flank. There we go. I'm going to charge the cavalry in and chase them down. And the Germans, I want to fire a volley at before we hit them. There we go. Chase them down, chase them down. The blood in the snow. There we go. Foreign Legion's really taking some damage now. I'm gonna maybe swing the officer. Uh-oh, yeah, Foreign Legion's breaking. Let's go swing that officer around quick. I need to get one volley off, and then we can charge them. Oh, no. They ambushed me. That's not good. That is not good at all. They're going to chase them down. That's really not good. They shatter them. Okay, let's form up and try to... They're going to try to kill them off completely. And we've got to try to save them. Damn. I think we just have to charge in. Let's go. We got to rescue them, and we can't let them completely die off. Okay, let's get these guys in too now. Come on, guys. Let's get over here. Let's get the stamina buff. There we go. Is that working? I think because I'm in a melee, I can't do the buff. Alright, there we go. We've got them surrounded. There we go. They don't know what to do. Shattered. Beautiful. Damn, that was risky, wasn't it? Look how devastated our Empress Dragoons were. That was... I honestly thought we were going to lose them completely. Alright, we are breaking. Our right flank's breaking. That's not good at all. Damn. I did not realize how bad that is. Let's load canister. And hit the veterans. Okay, it's going to be close. Let's reform. Let's get the general back here. Who can the general actually rally? Foreign Legion's going to be gone. Ratatouille's not going to come back. The Dublin Grenadiers are going to hold. The Americans are shattered. We can get the Dublin Volunteers back. We just need to bring Dublin as well. And we need to finally swing over. Oh, this could be bad. This could be bad, guys. There we go. We got the stamina back from push on. Oh, the officer died. The Swiss died. Oh, shit. We can't rally these guys? Oh, no. All we've got are the Grenadiers and the artillery left. Okay. Well, they're just going to have to hold the best they can. This is my Waterloo, I know. I might have to fight this battle again. This is a tough one. The canister shot. We need that canister to fire ready. 355 down to... Oh, beautiful. 255. Killed 100 people there. They're still holding, though. They do not want to leave. Damn. Okay. Luckily, this left flank is looking pretty solid to me. I'm going to charge in, take these guys out. Maybe try to hit the Dragoons there. Like, it's technically winnable. It's technically winnable, guys, but it's definitely... We're looking pretty tough here. Okay, they just retreated on impact. Can we shatter them? Yeah, there we go. Clean them up. Okay, that... I do not like that cavalry around our flank. I don't know what to do about that, though. Yeah, Rambling is saying the cavalry went too deep and the artillery didn't switch to canister. I know, yeah. It would have been a good idea to upgrade some of the troops, even if it's not what you wanted. I know, yeah. I held my guys on the recruit status too long. I think this is still winnable, technically. Like, if we read the board here, this artillery will actually break the veterans. They're only going to have 100 guys left. Then it's going to be a 1v1 between these, in which they're going to have an advantage. But otherwise, this area is locked down. So all we have then over here is an enemy who's routing and 2 strong regiments against 1. And then all this artillery. The artillery is the troublesome thing, because they each have 100 kills. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't think I can take out the Dragoons. But I think I have to try to take a shot. And I'm chasing down these recruits and just murdering as many of them. I have 1,000 kills with these Swedes. And then I have to go in and... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know, guys. We might have to try it one more time. We may upgrade, like, 1 or 2 units and try it again. I think not upgrading was bad. Alright, canister's doing its work. But they are not leaving. They do not want to retreat. It's crazy. I can rally the Quebecois if I can get the general. I just don't like what this cavalry is doing. It's like sweeping all the way around. I'm gonna try to pick up the Quebecois again. Meaning I'm gonna have to leave. Oh, jeez. It's... yeah, that sucks. Let's see if we can rally them at least. Okay, we got these guys back. That at least is a good sign. And the Irish are gonna just maybe pull back. And lure them. And the Royal... Honestly, what if we took the Royal Swedes and just annihilated all their artillery back there? We rush in. And we just try to take out all that artillery. And maybe if we take out enough artillery, they'll get scared and want to leave. That did not work. They just opened up with canister and killed us. All right. We'll try the battle again. We will try it one more time. Damn, that was tough. The battle's lost. I know, I know, I know. We saved, though. We saved. We'll save scum. That's all right. I'll fight it to the end, regardless. They're just really tough. The veterans don't want to leave. Like, these guys have... They had 71 morale. They're just really hard to break. Alright, charge them in. Screw it. Get in there, Swedes. Oh, we took such a bad volley on the way in. Oh, that's horrible. Get back, get back, get back. It's not working. It's... We're falling apart. Oh, they're all retreating now. Oh, dear. Come on, get back in. Wonder what they're just sitting and watching. They're waiting in the back, waiting for something to get isolated to charge me. And it's kind of freaky that they're waiting for me. Damn, it's really tough. I need like oh, Jesus. Yeah, if the general's gone, it's over. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try this battle again, though. Yeah. Oh. There's nothing we can do. Yeah, fourth frontal charge against the veterans was definitely too much. Well, we're going to try it again. We are going to try it again. This is our death screen. It's still being worked on, but... Here's our skeleton. This is still a work in progress. We still need it. This part's kind of cool, though. Look, you can actually see your best regiments. It's still being worked on, though. It's not done fully. We're going to go back and load that save. We're going to try it again. Based skeleton, yeah. All right. This time, we need to be spending some of our veterancy. I think the French Foreign Legion should wait. I think the American volunteers should go to the voluntaries. We're going to get a huge morale buff and a huge accuracy buff. There, now the Americans are actually wearing blue. I might give them, like, red, like the Continental Army. Like that. I feel like that kind of looks nice. Is there any, like, American flag we could give them? I don't know what we could give them that's more American, though. There's not really, like, stripes. Can you lose a battle without losing the game? You can, but in the final boss battle of the region, you can't lose. But the other battles we fought, we were allowed to lose. And then the Ratatouille, we might have to give up being Hussars, which is really a shame. That's really unfortunate. Like, the only other thing I could think of... How about this? Just out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity. Hold on. Let me try one more thing. What if we did this? What if I went in, took the Ratatouille and removed all their ammo because they're going to become cavalry, and then I drilled 67. What? Okay, that did not work. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. I just want to see. I just want to see if we can get them to be a Hussar. All right, hold on. What we'll do is we'll move, stop, go into camp, remove this, drill, stop, go in. We got a promotion. We couldn't get these guys to Hussar. That's fine. The American volunteers. Okay, watch this. Watch, watch, watch. We'll go here. Do we want extra cavalry? Maybe. Do you guys want extra cavalry or extra infantry? I got it to work. I pulled back and then drilled, and I just barely got the promotion off. So do we want... What if Wellington saves come? Yeah, I know. These guys aren't quite at the level they need to be. That's fine. Swap the regiment names around. That's what I was going to do, honestly. Watch. Check this out. We'll make these guys the Americans. There's some regimental reorganization going on. Here we go. We're going to give them the American Eagle again. I'm going to try to do something that's more American. I don't know what I want to do with them yet, though. Could do this and then do the orange. Right? Yeah. Then we're going to grab these guys, make them cavalry. There we go. And then give them the black and white flag again. With this. There we go. Alright, Ratatouille's looking good now, isn't he? Kind of like that. I think that's neat. I want to reverse. Oh, damn. That looks elite, doesn't it? I might go full black. And now look, cavalry charge damage plus 10%. Now we have 2 cavalry units. Much better. And because we have worn muskets, we'll give them... Look at that. And then don't forget the ammo. You're right. Could you imagine I forgot to give them the ammo? Let's remove the ammo from the cavalry. Reduce it and then give it over to our Americans. And look at that, guys. We did a little reworking and got our army the way we needed it to be. And then, is there anything else we have to do? Maybe decrease the artillery ammo a little bit and give it to the infantry. Yeah. And now I think we're in good shape. Now this is the true finale. True finale. There we go. And now let's engage. Okay. The facings? I don't care about the facings right now. Don't worry about that. But now we've got slightly better units. We did a little bit of reorganization. Napoleon would be proud of the logistics. That's right. Okay. I think it's a new battlefield now. We have a town in the middle. A hill on the right. And a forest on the left. What do I want to do? Do we want to be more defensive and try to base our defense around this hill? Let's check out our American... The Americans are wearing blue coats now, which is kind of neat. Yeah. The Irish are the same. We have 2 cavalry units now. Look, Ratatouille's now on horseback. I definitely think the artillery should be on the hill. Gosh, I think we have to just build our defense around this hill position. So... San Marino's going up. Ratatouille's going to be held in the back. Let's put the American volunteers in front. Like that. Dublin Grenadiers can hold the right flank. We can put the Royal Swedish forward. We'll hold the Royal Swedish forward, and if they take casualties, we'll fall back. The French Foreign Legion's going to be in the rear, so they can be... the Swedish can kind of fall into place when they fall back. Quebecois can go where? Maybe let's hold Quebecois in reserve and deploy them wherever needed. And the main general can be... I was going to say maybe up front with his men, with the Swedish, but I don't think we want to risk it. I think we probably want to put the general to the right. Let's deploy the artillery ASAP. And at least we have the hill now with the artillery. All right, this is it. There we go. The cav can knock out the British cav, then go for the artillery. Yeah, that's the hope. If we have 2 cavalry now, that should be much easier to do. I think I want to pull these guys in a little bit. A little bit overextended. And I want to use the Royal Swedish to skirmish a bit in the front and pull back. Kneel the Americans. Unfortunately, I can't. I can't do that, but the artillery can fire over their heads because they're howitzers. So I'm still able to shoot. It's a little silly that they're so close to be able to do that, but, you know, it's... There's only so much we can do. Let's see here. I think the Dublin Grenadiers should form up like a cauldron a little bit, like that. I got the cavalry ready, Ratatouille's ready. And the Emperor's Dragoons are ready as well. And the Quebecois can do whatever we need them to do. Okay, we're formed up. I can take a shot, but they're a little far away. Let's see if we can take a shot. Here we go. Fire. Good shot. Let's form these guys up. I kind of want to get the canister working again, but it's too vulnerable. Light infantry can kneel, JW, that's right. But voluntaries technically aren't light infantry. They're like a hybrid. So they actually only have 1,200 men. And the next upgrade beyond them is to become a chasseur. They're like a hybrid. They're kind of like Grenzers, but leaning more on the line infantry. Whereas Grenzers are a hybrid, but lean more on light infantry. Okay, they're actually coming into this little cauldron here. The Swedes are a little isolated. But I might be able to turn and fire. I just wanted to skirmish up. Look how much cover I'm getting. I want to skirmish up on the hedgerows and see if I could get some early kills off. And then pull back if I need to. And let's have everybody fire on here. I kind of want to try to... Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to open up... I'm going to open up a little area here. And squeeze our artillery maybe in between and switch to canister. I mean, they're doing good damage as it is, but I think canister would be nicer. And then we're going to move these guys off a little bit. Like that. And then move these guys back a little bit. There. So we can reposition, swap to canister. And then, look, I'm holding off all these recruits on the wall while we deal with the veterans first, which is actually quite nice. Their cavalry's held back in reserve, which is much better. I don't want to put up the recruits yet. The Foreign Legion, they're just not good enough. But the Swedes are very good. I think they can hold the line. I may even target the recruits and break them early. I know I'm not going to be able to break the veterans. And then, look, I have 3 guys all triple firing onto that regiment there. And we're partially elevated at the moment, so we've got elevated canister shot, which should be even better. So that 128, we should be able to go to 228 kills. And if we're dealing 100 damage at a time, these guys should be screwed. The Swedes themselves holding up all the raw recruits. Yeah, I know. It's perfect. We're holding the floodgates. Look at all the artillery bombardment. They're really trying to get them out of there. They're missing most of their shots. Okay. San Marino, let's get loaded, guys. We need to get them, like, better ramrods. We can get them reloading a little faster. I bet the Ratatouille, I think, because they're on horseback, they can fire over their heads. I think you can do that, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Yeah, I can fire over their heads because we're on horseback. So I can actually get the carbines up and get them gunning from the rear and just get some extra damage going. Only 12. Oh, there's the canister. Here we go. Bang! Look at that. Retreated. Perfect. Yeah, that annihilated them. So we're doing way better already. Look how well the Swedes are holding up. Like this whole group over there. The recruits are coming around. I think we can have the Foreign Legion engage the recruits. Let's go engage. Keep firing. Good job, guys. We're doing much better already now. I'm going to have my Emperor's Dragoons back up the French Foreign Legion and fire over their heads. I don't want to put the cavalry there because the ricochets are going to end up hitting the cavalry and that'll kill them. But there's no craters over there, so I'm going to go left. I think we're already looking better, right? This battle seems to be going better. There we go. Oh, we do have the Quebecois. Let's start maybe flanking with the Quebecois. Maybe. I'm going to start swinging these guys left and swing around. And the Emperor's Dragoons, I want to fire over their heads. So I'm going to push up a little bit under the protection of the infantry in front. There we go. Look at that. I love that you can shoot over their heads. I do love that. You can, like, layer your units there. I can see the unit panel. There's no indication of what the unit is doing. I have heard that request before, and that is a good quality of life feature that I think we should do. Alright, let's hit... I'm going to hit this weak unit and just try to break them. The canister would be wasted on that weak unit, though. I think the canister should still hit the big unit. And my cavalry's almost out of ammunition. Because I didn't give it much ammo. There we go. Those Swedes are doing so good holding that position. You gotta be proud of them. They're holding them off. If only we had grenades. Yeah, exactly. Nicholas, this game will be on Steam. I don't think it'll be on GOG or anything. At least not yet. I'm just taking things kind of one step at a time. Ratatouille is actually getting targeted. I need to fall them back a little bit. And recover. Oh, nice. That was like a chain route. They retreated, and the center morale went down. Very good. This battle's going so much better now. Don't forget your officer abilities. True. I can get rid of the stamina loss. Let's do that. I'm actually low on ammunition already, so we may need to charge soon. But at least we're in such a better position to be able to charge. I think I don't want to risk the if I have the cavalry chase, their cavalry's going to countercharge. They're already activating. You can see here the cavalry's now deciding to jump into battle. Yep, enemy is bringing their cavalry in. If the rats go after the artillery, I'm going to get hit by these dragoons. It's not worth it. And I'm quite low on ammo already. I'm going to hit the veterans now. These recruits are barely doing... They only have 28 kills. They're not doing shit. I broke the right flank. Now we can swing back up. That worked pretty well. This is a good battle plan, wasn't it? Now I think the cavalry is ready to double up maybe on the right flank first, and then we'll swing to kill the one on the left. Quebecois hasn't even fought yet, so let's move them around. And then let's get the general up to the Swedish position. I'm going to switch back to solid shot and then focus on the veteran foot. I'm going to hold fire, and I'm going to fire a point blank on the light dragoons. Name of the game is called Master of Command. Here we go. I think I want to hold fire. Oh, nice. Carbines are shooting over their heads. Ready? Let's wait a little bit. I don't want to waste that volley. Yeah, these guys are going to fire, though. Let's hit them. And now let's hit them. There we go. And now let's charge in the cavalry. Get in there, guys. How's the cavalry on the left? A little bit threatening, but it's not too bad. French Foreign Legion, I'm going to wrap around the hedges and hit them on the left flank and move these guys in. We have a cavalry battle on the right. 2 of ours against 1 of theirs. They're actually holding their own pretty well. Ratatouille might break. Yeah, they're going to break. It's alright, though. Let's get the Emperor's Dragoons back. Yeah, their cavalry's pretty strong. That's okay, though. We bought ourselves enough time. Oh, jeez. We bought ourselves enough time that we can hit them with our infantry and reload. See how they're all loaded, but they don't want to fire because their friends are in the way. So just need to get our cavalry out of the way there. There we go. Should be able to break them now. Nice. They're firing. Perfect. Okay, we rallied. Ratatouille's broken, but the Emperor's Dragoons are going to stay. That's not bad. We still have one more big cavalry unit to worry about. And they swung over to the right because they saw what was going down here. They said, don't mind if I do. If your cavalry's fleeing, I want to take advantage. So we're going to hit them here. Okay. I think we're, like, in really good shape. I'm honestly going to take the Emperor's Dragoons and go flank around, take out their artillery in the rear. I think that's worth it, honestly. Come on, let's reload, Americans. Great show of how much impact the level up units have compared to the first try of the battle. Yeah, I know, for sure. I mean, French recruits are the worst in the entire game, and the idea of me bringing them into the final battle is like, you know you're just going to lose. All right, I'm completely out of ammo. We're going to charge. I'm surprised they haven't triggered the charge state yet. Okay, there we go. Nice, they're breaking. Look at this. We got it. Let's charge these guys in now, too. Let's move the general up. And we just need to hit the artillery in the back now. Yeah, those Dragoons are going to fall. We got them. There we go. Can you fire by rank? You can if you get a special officer skill called Disciplined. And then he'll train his troops how to do it. But fire by rank was so rare historically, I didn't want to make that a feature. So I made it just a really rare officer skill. When he gets to a high level, there's a chance he gets the Discipline skill. And that's very powerful. Like, the troops will all kneel and just start firing row by row by row, and it's really effective. There we go. I'm grinding experience by killing these Dragoons here. Perfect. I'm going to space out, because that artillery is bombing right in the center of that group. How's the cavalry? My cavalry's exhausted. Come on, guys. Get in there. I'm going to fast forward through this and see if I can just finish them off. There we go. Beautiful. We got it. We got it. We did it, guys. We won the battle. That is a victory. Oh, look at that. The loot kind of sucks. But at least there's a lot of money. Look, excellent uniforms, excellent uniforms, excellent uniforms. Yeah, that loot generation was very unlucky. Usually you get some pretty cool stuff on the boss battle, so I'm surprised we got crappy stuff here. But the game recognizes to make it higher quality, so it's all worth 100, 100, 100. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $600 just from the uniforms. Then we've got Bibles, canteens, tompions. So we're going to make out with like $700 if we sold all this, which is very good. We do need the food, though. Food 231. I think I need the food. We actually don't need the manpower because we didn't take that much losses. We will need ammo, but I think it's actually important to get the food. We don't want to starve into the next region. Let's do that. Look at all the promotions. Beautiful. I'm kind of tempted to go to the next region, but it feels like this is the right spot to end. But I kind of want to peek into the second region a little bit. We'll see. Let's refill our Swedes. They deserve it. The Swedes did so good. They deserve that. Maybe we'll go up to just 1,000. Bring up the Americans to about 1,000. Irish to about 1,000. Get our cavalry up, because you don't want them to just get wiped out. And I have a little bit of manpower left. Okay. And then, can anyone get an upgrade? Let's see. French Foreign Legion can finally upgrade. Do we want the Foreign Legion to be Swiss? We probably do. So we're still going to hold on to them there. That artillery is so close to being upgraded. Damn, I'm surprised the cavalry has taken so long to get upgrades. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't really upgrade anything. These guys could become grenadiers eventually, or chasseurs. I don't really picture the American regiment, though, as chasseurs. There we go. So we get a new doctrine for winning that. These are all interesting. We have close combat exercises, melee damage for the whole army by 20%. Now, we have a bonus called melee damage plus 2% per regiment. So this would stack. It would be a good synergy to get close combat exercises with weight of numbers. Gunsmiths, though, gives you free ammunition daily, which is nut. 50 daily actually is overpowered as hell. That needs to be balanced. 50 daily is actually way overpowered. 25 provisions per day is decent because I consume about 12 per day, so I'd actually be slowly gaining food. Honestly, all three of these are kind of overpowered. So we can go a lot of different directions. What are you guys thinking? Provisions, you don't have to get food much anymore. Ammo's crazy. And melee damage is pretty decent too. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys are thinking? Da, 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 da. Ammo, yeah, the ammo is pretty crazy, I'll be honest. It's overpowered as hell. Because I have to buy ammunition like for 50 at a time. So the British are now pushing into... Wow, we're still fighting the British. They're pushing into France. That's a shame it didn't generate another enemy like the Prussians. But look, they tried pushing into Picardy in central France. Going to towns is easy. Encampments is easy. Encampments is easy. Yeah, we could go for any of these. We would get Chasseurs if we support the Rhineland. If we protect Picardy, we get the Grenadiers of France. And if we support central France, we get the Royal Scots. Saboteurs enemy campaign movement speed, minus 15%. Tribute collection, collect $200 every time you visit a settlement. That's pretty damn good. Night marches, plus 10% campaign move speed, but less visibility. Where would you guys go? I feel like all these are pretty decent, honestly. Royal Scots are very good. Yeah. And Grenadiers of France are pretty good, too. I feel like protecting Picardy sounds pretty nice. Picardy is a little overpowered, yeah. Let's go there. And like I said, I can't guarantee we'll continue, but I do want to just peek in Region 2 a little bit. Yeah. Little bug here on the right. You can see it, it's already marking off my objective as completed, even though I haven't done it. So again, Region 2, it probably just needs a little bit more testing before I show it off a lot. But yeah. Let's see if there's any recognized... Soissons, I recognize that town. I don't really recognize anything else. Almost 12,000 men now. And the boss. Isn't that crazy? 12,000. Oh, geez. That ammo generation is going to be nuts. Like, as soon as I start moving, we're just generating ammo. We could just drill for free and just gain tons of experience. Look at the ammo gain. How awesome is that? Do I want to cut down? Where's the mariachi? We'll raise the mariachi regiment. Calm down. We'll raise them. Fleeing civilians. I'm not taking a 10% chance my officer resigns. I'm not doing that. Do we need to help them? We do, to get the bonus. So we should help them. Yeah, we resolved one. And then we need to enter 2 big cities, and we're going to get a unit as well. Let's drop off. Actually, before we drop off loot, are there any towns? Item sale cost? Yeah, no. This place is going to give you more money if you sell an item. So it makes way more sense to go down there. We can also build our 3rd division. Ready? Oh yeah, look at that. 3rd division's made. Let's keep moving. Probably want to refill some ammo in case we get ambushed. Look at the free ammo we're generating. We can basically refill everybody because of the ammo generation. It's so overpowered. 13,000 British over there. I cannot fight them right now. Soissons is... Oh! Okay. I think we can beat this army. I think we can beat them. We're a little low on ammo. Let's equip an item before we jump into battle, though. Let's like grab one of these and grab more canteens for our cavalry. The rest we can sell off. If we grab cartridge boxes, we can reduce the ammo consumption even further. They both have them, that's good. Let's redistribute ammo just a little bit better, because these guys are missing way too much. Oh, because we ran away, we generated even more ammo, because we just ran a little bit from that army. Look at that. That is so overpowered, it's unbelievable. Alright. They've got a full set of Hanoverian foot. Artillery. Okay, mainly a Hanoverian. They have Jaegers this time. That's interesting. We've not seen some light infantry, so we'll go in at Soissons. And this is just a patrol. British jump scare, yeah. This is only a patrol unit, so... And it looks a little scary already, so we need to get going. Get our forces built up. Alright, let's check out the battlefield. Big hill in the middle. Got some fairly decent regiments. How's their artillery? Ah, just standard cannon still. Okay. Dublin Grenadiers are a little weak. I think we'll win this. I think we'll be okay. We might get battered up a little bit, because we don't have too much ammo, but... Actually, no, we refilled our ammo before we went in. I think we'll be alright. Who knew that ammo generation thing would actually kind of save us? Because imagine if we had done this battle and there was no ammo on any of our guys. So that was very useful. Okay. Let's get these guys up. Do I want to go for the hill? Did they hit their own guys? Who hit them? Someone hit their... Oh, no, my artillery hit them. I was thinking, did they hit their own dudes? No, my artillery hit them. Okay, let's push these guys up. I'm not going for the hill. I think it's too risky. But I don't want to go too far forward, because then they'll use the hill. So I'm going to just kind of form up like this. Okay. And then run these guys up. Did he go with the 3-act system? I did go with the 3-act system. It's not fully implemented in this particular playthrough. I can, if you guys would like me to, also to show I'm not lying, I can jump into the Unity project and show you a quick preview after I'm done the stream of what Act 3 looks like. It has a completely unique environment. The whole map is like destroyed. It's like a whole scorched earth theme, which looks really cool. Here are the Jaegers. Unfortunately, the AI doesn't use the open order formation yet, so they should be doing that next time. In fact, I'll take a note that they should just... I need to go right to Tom. There, I noted that down, because that's so easy to fix. Alright, here we go. Damn, they have a lot of cavalry, though, on that left flank. That's actually a little worrying. I think I'm going to have to just rely on my infantry holding off that cavalry. And on the left, I have to get my cavalry around. Look at the deep flank they're doing. They think they're so sneaky. Hope there's an option to add more acts for the game. I think post-release we can probably add like an infinite mode or an extended mode. But I kind of always envision this game as being like a game that if you played it all day long, you could finish a playthrough in one day. And then you can play the other armies, because there's 15 armies you can play with. And I kind of envision this being like, instead of having to dedicate 3 weekends to a single playthrough, you could play over the weekend and finish and actually have the satisfaction of winning or losing, and then play more playthroughs. So I just enjoy that. That's just my personal preference. I know other people do like committing more time to a playthrough. So I will look post-release into something like that. Will there be a Fog of War in the final version? There would not be a... there will not be a Fog of War on release, but if that's something you guys want, we could definitely look into adding that post-release, for sure. Same thing with the infinite mode. You could just keep going through regions and keep taking your army through. That won't be there on the full release, but that can be post-release if you guys want it. Whatever you guys want. Okay, we need to charge that cavalry. There they go. Yeah, the Hanoverians are engaging with us now. I'm gonna go just try to fire at max range. Oh, ignore that. It's to walk my dog. So I'll have to do that soon. We're just piling onto these Dragoons to get them out. Okay, there we go. Alright, reform, reform. Quick, 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 quick. Next cavalry wave is coming in. Let's keep firing. I'm gonna switch to fire at will and see if we can hit them. Okay, these guys need to be hit. Let's reform the line quickly. And let's fire when we can. Will there be a Steam Workshop? No, there will not be. I'm going like, I'm trying to keep things simple but polished. That's my preference with this game. And we can add stuff in afterwards. If you guys really enjoy it, we make our money back that we spent on it. We can add stuff. Damn, that center is really... Okay, I need to roll up with the American troops. Yeah, their center is strong. Luckily, we broke the left. What I can do is have my cavalry charge down the Jaegers. Oh, geez. They're coming back for more. Come on, guys. Hold them back. There we go. There we go. So what I want to do is I want to roll down this left flank. I'm going to have my cavalry charge into these guys. Hi, Hetman. How are you? But yeah, it's important to... Exactly, can of beans, a solid foundation. That's right. It's important that we can try to squeeze in a billion features and then possibly compromise breaking or making the game buggy. Oh man, it's a big brawl over here. But I would rather just start simple and build off of it. I think that's what I want to go for. Because Fire and Maneuver, you guys know how that went. I'm sure you guys don't love Fire and Maneuver. And that it was buggy. And I don't want to repeat that. You know, I want to make sure it's a smoother experience. And then we can keep building off of it. Damn, these Dragoons are really tough, aren't they? They will not leave me alone. Are we going to shatter them? There we go, they're shattered. And the left flank is now pulling back. This is worrying, honestly. How strong they are, the Hanoverians here. The artillery's doing okay. I'm going to switch targets. And I'm going to move down. I don't care if those Jaegers hit me. There we go. Finally. Cavalry's falling back. Let's have the Grenadiers get rallied. I think we need to give them a morale buff. There we go. I think eventual mod support would be a strong factor in community longevity. I think so, too. I think it would be cool to work toward that. We really just have to see how things go. Like, it's awkward for me. I know it's awkward for you. People do not like when I mention this, but if the game just made no money, right? If 10 people bought it, which I don't think is going to happen, but if it did, if 10 people bought the game and I made $100, and I spent 100,000 making the game, and I made $100, I couldn't guarantee mod support, right? I couldn't guarantee mod support and Fog of War and all these extra features. If the game made its money back and people are liking it and they're enjoying it and the community is strong, and you guys really want to see more stuff, and I can at least compensate the team working on it. Let's say I don't even need to take a salary on it. That's fine. Then I'm definitely willing to make the game better and keep improving on it and building on it. I'm 100% cool with that. But it just really has to be the case that, you know, most games on Steam never make a profit. A lot of games never even make the money back that they spend on it. That's the brutal reality of this. You know, we don't have a big publisher behind us, so we really just have to see what we can do as a small team. And if it does well, then we'll continue it. And I think that's fair enough to do it that way. I think regardless of how well it goes, I will dedicate 3 additional months of full-time support to the game, even if the game didn't break even. I'm okay with doing that. But I've probably spent a little over $100,000 over the course of a year and a half working on this. Probably more than that, but let's just say I spent $100,000. Probably closer to 150. And if I earned that money back, then that would be worth it to me to at least finish the game in a polished state. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Again, it's awkward. I'm not like asking you guys to donate or something like that. I'm just telling you what the reality is on Steam. It's brutal, it's expensive, and it's tough. And not everyone gets the opportunity to continue building off their games. So, but yeah, we built the game cheap because a lot of the people who are working on it get a percentage of the game. I gave away stakes of the game, so the developers are committed to making it as good as they can. That's kind of the agreement that we had. So, okay, things are looking good on the battlefield right now. Those Hanoverians were tough, weren't they? I actually thought we might lose for a little bit. I'm gonna have to move my general up to take out and flank the artillery. I'm a little afraid of how powerful these guys are. I don't want to get up too close to them. Okay. These Dublin Grenadiers, I might just retreat them. They took too many losses. I don't want to risk them. Is there a place to donate to the game? I'm not going to take any donations because it's awkward for me after having had a game that didn't do well, that people say that I abandoned it, that I would then ask people for money again. And I think I have to do this on my own. And I have to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to make this about money or anything, guys. I think we'll just have fun playing the game and showing it off. But my final statement will be, I don't want to take any pre-orders. I don't want to take your money. I want to prove that we can do it. I would like to take your money through earning it. I want the game to do well, and you want to spend the money on it. It shouldn't feel like you have to donate to the game. I might sell like a soundtrack on release for like $5, and people who want to support us can buy the soundtrack. I think that's a cool compromise. But I'm just not taking pre-orders and taking money early. Like, I don't want to do that. I want to do a good job. I want the game to do well. And then if you guys want to buy it, you can buy it. And, you know, we'll see what happens. That's all. Okay. Now we're getting good loot. Check this out. We got refined socket bayonets, excellent horses, good Delft muskets. So region 2, we start to get to see much better loot come around. And I think I need the manpower because I took a lot of losses there. So let's refill some of those losses. If you charge $25, you need 4,000 sales to break even, and you get your 100K back. Empire Total Wars are old enough to drive and still has 2,000 active players. I'm sure you'll be able to break even. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not even going to focus on that. I'm just going to do my very best. We're going to work as hard as we can, and we'll see what happens. I'm not going to anticipate anything. I'm not going to ask for anything. I'm not going to expect anything. All I'm going to do is make it the best we can. We'll get to the finish line, and then we'll see what happens. And that's it. So, I don't know. I don't want to get in my head about how much we need to make or what will happen. I just want to do well with it, and that's all I want to do. Okay. We made manpower. Let's bump the Irish took so many damn losses, didn't they? Let's bring these guys back up. I do like it when I have to make strategic decisions and make smart choices, but the difficulty seems a bit hard on the side of normal. I do agree, Valor. I think the game is a little bit tough right now. I think the game is a little bit tough because I made the game and I'm struggling a little bit, and I have no difficulty modifiers on. We have 10 difficulty modifiers you can put on. So I think I will make the game a little bit easier on the normal difficulty. I'm still balancing. Balancing is still going to be a tough thing. I have 4 more weeks to just pretty much focus on balancing while my other developer focuses on bug fixing. All I need to do is balancing and making maps. And then post-release, you guys will probably play and give us feedback. Like, we'll still keep working on the game after it comes out. If it comes out and you say, hey, it's too easy or too hard, we're just going to keep working on it. So, yeah. This guy got a promotion. Very good. Fire damage received -5% is nice. I like that. Just take less damage. Especially because this is my shooting division. So they're going to get in long-term gunfights, and that's going to be nice. And De Suisse is my melee guy. Grounded is actually wrong. The tooltip should not be Army Experience Gain +5. I think that's actually wrong. But that's fine. I think what this does is it slows you down, but increases accuracy. I just have to fix that. I already wrote a note about fixing that. Less ammo consumption, but higher reload speed. Again, the localization's wrong there, but that's fine. I don't really love these. I'm going to take Grounded. Yeah. And I have a little bit of manpower left. Can we upgrade anybody? American volunteers. I can make these guys grenadiers. That'd be nice. Give them bearskins. I like that idea. Yeah, they look pretty cool now. This damn French Foreign Legion is taking so long to become Swiss. It's crazy. They're very close, though. If I drill them for a day, I think I've got it. And I have really nice bayonets now. I think I'll give the bayonets to the Irish. And then pass down any bayonets I have remaining. Let's give... let's see here. I have excellent horses. I think it's worth giving move speed and charge damage. You know, Ratatouille's had the short end of the stick. They've been, like, falling back constantly. I think we should give them, like, a little buff. Yeah. And then we have some good weapons here. We've got Delft carbines. We'll give the Delft carbines to the cavalry. And Delft muskets. I will replace my crappy Warren muskets and swap them out and sell those Warren muskets. Let's go to Soissons finally. We took out the patrol there. Oh, nice. We got the Grenadiers of France. Amazing. Look at these guys. Now the army is like picking up some steam. You can kind of feel here. Did I reduce the army customization? I didn't. I didn't reduce it. American facings, you're right. I like blue and red because it's got like a continental army feel. So I like that. And then they have like the New York flag. And then we generated more ammunition. Beautiful. I love the doctrine. Damn, we have so much ammo. It's kind of crazy. That's nuts. We have cash to sell off this. We're going to get extra money for selling things off. We're going to gain... We have up to 700 now. We get a new officer, but I don't really need one. These officers are much better, though. Look at how much they have. Regiment experience gain. Plus cavalry charge damage and morale. These guys are really good. I don't want an officer yet, though, because we don't need one, you know. The barracks. So chasseurs we could buy. French grenadiers. Now we have, like, better units. We could get 2. We have a foundry for artillery. We don't really need that. Our artillery is decent. An arsenal for guns. There's even like a Jaeger rifle. Yeah, now we're starting to see some of the cool items in the game. There's beer, there's tea. There's a lot of cool stuff. Ammo generation should definitely be reduced. I know, yeah. I will write a note to myself in my workspace to review stratagem, or they're called doctrines. Doctrine effects, specifically the one that generates 50 ammunition per day is kind of insane. There we go. That's my priority tasks along with my other stuff. There we go. Damn, there's a lot of cool things we can get. You know what's kind of cool too? We could get medicinal herbs, 20% casualties restored, and give it to the Irish since they're losing so much. But I'm kind of tempted to keep this money and try to fill out that 3rd division. I want to get the ball rolling and start to intimidate some of the enemy armies that come after us. Do I want French... I could build like a double grenadier force. By the way, I have grenades I can throw. Isn't that cool? Or we could get chasseurs, some light infantry. I feel like light infantry would actually be a better investment right now because they can skirmish in front. What do uniforms do? You always sell them? It's just stuff you took off of dead bodies. They're just purely meant to be sold off. Could the currency be changed from dollars to the actual currency of the country you're playing as? It'd be hard to do that right now, and I don't think I would want to waste the development time at the moment on that. I will buy the chasseurs. Weapons feel really expensive. Yeah, they're a little pricey, but 800's kind of nuts. Yeah. But these Jaeger rifles can fire so far. It's 2 times the range of like what other units can fire at, and they can be very, very effective. So, but yeah, now we have chasseurs. I'd put the chasseurs in the focused division, and maybe I'd bring out something else. Like these guys have crazy melee. The Royal Swedish. I might move them out and move the chasseurs in. Swap that around. and do something like this. New York had buff facings. Oh, okay, I could do buff facings for New York if we want to. Could do like that. Royal American Volunteers. That'd be cool. Mariachi, mariachi, mariachi. I know, dude, I know. Okay, let's see if we could do a mariachi unit. I need to figure this out, though. No spamming. Do not spam, though. I don't like the spamming. Don't write 15 times, because I get you. We will go to a town, and we'll eventually get to it. I'm going to drill so we can get our Foreign Legion back up to shape. Do we need to get some manpower? I'll buy a little manpower, too. Nah, I don't want to do that. Don't need ammo. Need the manpower. Let's refill back up. Grab a little bit more. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah. And then drill. We're actually using as much ammo as we're consuming, I think. Well, no, we're still consuming 100 ammo instead of 150 because we're generating 50. But look how much XP we can generate from that. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, there we go. Oh, look, the French Foreign Legion. Check it out. Look at this. Finally, look at the Swiss. You go up to 50 morale. Look how much more that is. And then the accuracy goes up to 30. Much better. Look how cool they look. I love that uniform. That's neat. Make your 3rd division your reserves and grenadiers. We'll call it like the heavy division. The San Marino artillery just needs a little bit more. Can anyone else get an upgrade? Oh, look! The Empress Dragoons can finally actually become Dragoons. Very nice. And what color do we want for the Empress Dragoons? Maybe... I feel like purple could be nice. I like that. Let's do... I want something very French. Like purple and red, maybe? Like that. That looks nice. Now they're gonna have 600 men in the unit. Now the army's feeling pretty cool, isn't it? Like, this army's feeling pretty stacked. I like it. Let's move on, try to catch another patrol. Ambush patrol. Oh, look at this! I love when I see this. Because we have the gunsmith doctrine, we got an encounter specifically that because you have... Look, ambush patrol, gather up every weapon, send them to be repaired at the gunsmiths. So we get to capture a moderate amount of weapons instead of a limited. So because of the doctrine we have, we get a special choice. And now look at all this we got. Isn't that awesome? It's a visual glitch, by the way. That's why it's yellow. That'll be fixed. But look how crazy the items... Iron Licorns worth 475. Yeah, we need food, don't we? We're going to go back. We're going to run back. Run, run, run. There we go. We'll get food again. Isn't that great timing? Let's sell off. Let's go to artillery. Upgrade it with the 8-pound Licorn. Shell damage is 2.25 versus 0.75, so it's way better. 4.25 explosion. So the explosion radius is slightly smaller. And let's swap that out. We're going to sell this. I'm going to keep this Licorn because we're going to raise another artillery regiment later and then sell this as well. We're going to keep the Neustadt and then sell the Delft musket. And the Neustadts can go to somebody with a crappy musket. Maybe the Chasseurs can get this. Then again, though, the Charleville is getting 131 range compared to 138. Yeah, let's definitely take that then. And let's sell off maybe the Charleville. Unless somebody needs it. Like, the Americans are still using worn muskets. Let's swap that out. There we go. Let's get rid of all of that. And keep this. That's what we want to do, yep. We have 600 again. Now let's grab the food we need. We're actually consuming a ton of food. So we're going to really start paying attention to food now. As well as manpower. I think we really have to start focusing on logistics. So we're going to dump all of our cash into proper logistics. We never need to buy ammo again, luckily. We're going to go into foraging and just be really careful. Now we're only consuming 10 food. That's much better, isn't it? Can we customize the chasseurs? We can. What do you guys want to theme them as? What kind of chasseurs do we want? Yeah, what do you guys want? You tell me. I am going to set like a half-hour timer, and that's when I'm going to end the stream. But I'm having fun. I think this is... I'm having more fun than the Prussian stream. I think a lot of the bug fixing helped. The Morgan Rifleman. Oh, Bersaglieri is kind of a cool idea. I like the Bersaglieri. Like Italian. That's kind of neat. I like that idea. We'll call them the first Bersaglieri. And give them... maybe red. So it's red, white, and green. And the flag can be... like Italian. Do we want to go like that, or do we want to go... I think that would actually be kind of neat. And go... something like this, maybe? They had crimson facing, so we can go crimson there. Voltigeur would be kind of cool, but I do like the Bersaglieri. I think that's neat. For the flag, I wonder if there's anything better than this. Maybe just that would be better, but... yeah, they look pretty cool now. And look, the red and green theme. These guys can be together. I think that's cool. I wonder for the Grenadiers of France, what if we did this? Royal Swedish Grenadiers. And make these guys part of the same unit. And then go to the flag. I feel like our army is more foreign than it is domestic, but... something like this, right? And now look, we have like a Swedish contingent. The Swedish division. There. And that's pretty neat. Okay. Let's keep marching on. We almost have 10,000 men. $13,000 there. I'm not going after them. There is like a little hideout. Let's check this out. That's a 7,000 patrol. I think we could take that out. Abandoned soldiers. Oh, look at that. A free infantry regiment. Look, we got grenadiers. I love it. Oh, that's amazing. All right, we got more Swedes. More Swedes coming in. How lucky are we for that? I think it'd be kind of cool to do like a cross for them. Like that. Like that'd be kind of neat. And then give them a different emblem. What do I want to give them? What fits? That fits pretty well. Look at that, the fish. I know he's going to want the mariachi, though. We can make the mariachi. I think we should. The mariachi musketeers. Let's do it. I liked my flag, but I think we do have to make them the mariachi. Well, they're grenadiers, aren't they? And we have to find a little musician thing for them, too. What the hell does the Mexican flag look like again? It's just backwards, isn't it? Whoopsie. There we go. That looks pretty Italian, or Mexican. There we go. Yeah, that's cool. And let's go knock out that patrol. That thing's gonna get screwed. Do we need anything else right now? I need, like, musicians, but I can't really find them right now. I could grab some herbs to make sure my Irish don't get screwed, but... I think I'll save my money. Pick up more food. Just be really careful about logistics. I bet we could rush that headquarters, by the way, but I don't think we need to. Let's take out this army. 2 patrols. Oh, look at all these British armies back here. We're going to grind through them. Let's go in. The mariachi don't have their musicians, though. That's the thing we're missing. All right, check it out. We have got our Quebecois. 3 patrols. Yeah, I know. There's way too many patrols stacked up there. French Foreign Legion's looking nice. Dublin Grenadiers, we know what they look like. Look at the Bersaglieri. They're already crouching. Nice. Royal American, we know what they look like. Royal Swedish Grenadiers. That's cool. They have grenades as well. Royal Swedish Fusiliers. Keep them together. We have the Mariachi Grenadiers. There you go. And let's do it. What's our enemy like? Basic Hanoverian force and some artillery. Similar army as what we fought last time. Let's move these guys up. And then we could put the skirmishers out front. I can use some grenades. Yeah, we can use grenades. They're not that effective. They're more of a gimmick, but they are there. We can use them. Okay. Were grenades actually used in the 7 Years' War? They were used in 2 contexts, in sieges in particular, but also sometimes in battles that featured urban warfare. Grenadiers were sometimes brought up to clear out. Like there was house-to-house fighting in many cases. And so it's rare, but it could sometimes be used. So I think for gamification purposes, I'm cool to include it. And if you're the type of person who says, hey, look, grenades weren't used that often, I don't want to use them, you just can ignore them. They're not an essential part of the game. They're not very effective, and they're not too common. You only get 3 throws, and you have to be at point blank to really use them. So it's only effective if the enemy's like holed up in some buildings and you need to clear them out. But we'll use them just to show them off anyways. I think I hear they have musicians. Yeah, look, they've got like the mariachi foreign musicians, so we need that. Do the Grenadiers have higher melee stats? They do. I can show you. For example, these guys have a melee of 80, and we compare that to some regular infantry. They have a stat of 42, so you get double the melee stat with this. Now, these guys are an elite unit. They're a special Grenadiers of France unit that I renamed to the Swedish, but yeah, their melee stats are very, very good. What happened to formations like attack columns, marching? They're still in. I just haven't really been using it. Like, you actually can select your formations or draw them. Like, you'll notice sometimes, look at these guys. I put them in a columnar shape, and you notice I have a green buff on my move speed and a green buff on my melee attack. So you actually do go faster in columns. There we go. Skirmishers are out front. Damn cavalry. And you can kind of see what I mean just a little bit with this region when I said it wasn't quite ready, where the enemy armies aren't that tough. Like I said, they were either going to be a little too easy or a little too hard. This force is not hard enough for me, in my mind, honestly. Like, I think they should have more elite troops right now. Maybe some, like we have not even seen any Grenadiers yet that the enemy's used. Alright, can we hold this? We have no bayonets. I forgot to buy bayonets for them, so I'll bring over my officer, because that might be a little dangerous. Yeah. Alright, you want to see grenades? There we go. To be honest, you got lucky with RNG. I did get pretty lucky. I got a little powerful from some of the encounters. All right, grenades going out. Here we go. They threw them a little too far. I think I'll reduce the range on that. They did throw them a little far. The UI is still kind of a work in progress. We haven't tested out the grenades too much. But yeah, you can see they don't do that much damage. They're kind of a gimmick. And I'm already out of grenades now. You only get 2 throws. Okay, let's form these guys back up. It's such a far throw. Yeah, I know. They're throwing that way too far. The grenades are being thrown way too far, for sure. Alright, let's hit them. Cavalry needs a little bit of work with the AI. You notice, like, if I were them, I would have just charged at this point. Like, you're so close, you might as well commit to the charge. But they're trying to reorganize and move to the right, and it's just not working too well for them. But that's still being worked on. I'm not too concerned about that. It's also not, like, game-breaking. Like, at least the infantry AI does pose a decent challenge with its battle lines. But yeah, especially for those watching after the stream, I know people are going to comment. The grenades will be balanced. Like, we're not going to allow people to throw them that far. Our guys are pretty damn effective now. I feel like our army's, like, kind of snowballing. I'm not ready to charge into that. I think I'm going to hit their flank. Where's my other cavalry? Are they... There they are. Oh, look at the Emperor's Dragoons. Look how cool they look. They got the red uniforms, purple flag, purple facings. It is possible to rename officers, yeah. Artillery isn't deployed. Oh, damn, I forgot. I left it at my spawn. Well, let's see how our new cannons do. These are the bronze 8-pound Licorns. You can see they're in red. Alright, not bad. They did 30 kills. They're a little far away from the battle, though. There we go. We're breaking them. The artillery always charges you, leaving the artillery often underdefended. You mean the cavalry always charges you? Yeah. I think the cavalry could hold back and defend its artillery a bit better. There's definitely some improvements that can be made there. I'm completely with you. Okay, I think we can make the charge. Look how good the morale is on the Empress Dragoons now. Yeah, perfect. Come on, guys, get in there. Ah, I wanted to chase him down. All right. We did it. Ooh, spontoons. 10% experience gain. Some cannons we can sell. And a staff officer. I like that. And what do I want? I think I might take the army experience or the money. What should I take? What do you guys think? I feel like I'm not bad on money right now. I might take the experience. Yeah, I'm going for experience. Do we need anybody else? This guy is about to get upgraded too, so I can just drill for a day and upgrade them. And then let's replenish who we can. Let's get the ammo replenished. One thing I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my mariachi. No. I'm gonna take the Irish, reduce them, put them in reserve for a little bit, and put that manpower elsewhere. Because there's an enemy about to attack me, and I'd rather fix this situation first. I'm gonna force march away before that patrol can catch me. Good. And then we're gonna drill and get the artillery upgraded. Oh, come on. The day didn't pass. Are you kidding me? Damn. I mean, did I get enough? Oh, I got enough experience. Look at this. There we go. There we go. Let's... I don't think anybody else can really get an upgrade right now. They're too beat up in the back there. Marksman with the officer. Yeah. Let's give the marksman the sharpshooter with the Bersaglieri. And then the staff officer... Or sorry, the spontoons for experience gain. Who needs the upgrade? Foreign Legioner... Foreign Legion could. Quebec Quad doesn't need it. They're already maxed out. Royal American are maxed out. I kind of want to get the Ratatouille up to Hussars. Right? That was part of the goal. I could get rid of their cartridges, which they don't need anymore. Oh, spontoons are only for infantry. That's fine. Okay. Spontoons go to... Maybe... Chasseurs are fully upgraded to... I'd say Foreign Legion. It'd be good to get them to the Grenadier status. And then this army is a little harder. They have veterans. This is kind of like the boss battle we fought before. And I think my timer's going to go off soon, so this might be our last battle. Yeah. I only have 13 minutes before I got to take the dog for a walk, and I'd prioritize that. So we'll make this the final battle. I think that's cool. But yeah, thank you guys for joining me. I'm sure you guys can see like lots of little things that could be improved. Some of them will get improved before the game releases. Some of them will have to wait until afterwards. Like I think the cavalry could be mostly improved, but it's not going to be like really smart until probably post-release. Like really, I'm not going to lie and say it's going to be all fixed up and, you know, super intelligent in 4 weeks. I don't think that's realistic. But I'm sure we could do a little more tweaking so that they're not walking across your lines and getting themselves killed too often. I just don't like that. Is there a debuff for being attacked while in drill stance? There isn't right now. You do lose visibility, though, so you can get ambushed more easily. Okay, we're on this map again. We'll get the Bersaglieri in front. I'll rush them in front once we deploy. Royal American over there. I could keep some troops in the far left and see if we can, like, flank across the bridge. Let's put them in column. I don't want to be in the marshes, so what we'll do is... get these guys kind of in a column here. And get these guys right behind them. Officer can go in the middle. Cavalry can go over here. And artillery, we got to make sure we use this time. By the way, French artillery is special. They're the only one in the game. When I replenished these guys, they didn't get fully replenished when I upgraded them. But if you do, they can go up to 350 strength, and they get 2 extra cannons. So they get a battery of 7 cannons. So the French artillery can get really powerful. Austrian artillery is more accurate, but the French just get more guns. Look, the skirmishers will go up in the forest. Swedish Fusiliers will be behind them. Grenadiers over here. Move up the artillery, finally use it this time. We'll get our columns up. I'll run them as well, I think. And I think this is a good kind of formation. I just want to hold this and prevent those dragoons from causing a problem on the left there. all quantity for the rest of the army. I could do that. I could just fill it out quickly. Look at those Brits. Their artillery is pretty basic. Okay, ours is pretty much ready to deploy soon. I like how fast the skirmishers can kind of get up in the trees. I might actually move them over a little bit so they get more cover over there. I like how fast they can run, too. Look, they can just sprint. Get some good cover there. Get up our Fusiliers. Begin the skirmishing. And look at that, our columns on the left did pretty well. Nice. So now we have this like left flank held. And then we're going to deploy the artillery now. And I think I'll concentrate fire in the middle. But yeah, just a reminder for anybody who's watching, this second region, I still need some balancing. Like, I would want to see some enemy grenadiers in this region and maybe some heavier cavalry and stuff. I think that'd be cool. We just haven't really seen it yet. I also think the economy should be a little bit easier to make money in the early game. Because I had to, like, really be smart about my money and get a little lucky to kind of get where I'm at now. Could you, in theory, make a full skirmish army and use guerrilla tactics? I suppose you could. You could try leaning into light infantry. There is a Austrian composition that does that. They actually start the game with a sharpshooter unit and a light infantry accuracy buff. So you technically could do that. Will there be larger maps? Yeah, look, if you look over here to the right, you can actually see this map is supposed to be bigger, but the game is making me play on it. You know what, I'll make a note and just say that we should more easily trigger the larger maps for being used once the player has around the 3 division mark. I think when the player has 10 units, we should be on the larger maps. Because I have, what, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. And we're still not on the larger maps, so we should be on the bigger ones sooner. I can change that. What's my favorite army composition? I love the Cossacks, dude. The Cossacks get a raiding bonus. So you get rich destroying settlements. And it's honestly very fun to sprint around the map and just burn everything down and steal food and money. So I do enjoy that. And I like the cavalry because you can hit and run. Why not use large maps by default? Only, Paul, only because when you have like 4 units at the very start of the game, it doesn't make sense to give them all of this and then all of that as well. So I think like when you have about 8 units, we can switch to it. Because it just adjusts the width, mainly. The actual height of the map won't change. I think next time I make a game, I will probably make the maps like 1.5 times larger than this. I think this is just a little too small, but it's a bit too late. Like, the maps take a really long time to do. I have to balance and direct the game, in addition to designing all the maps and everything else, all at the same time. Like, we don't have a map maker on the team. I just have to do that. So it's hard to juggle all the responsibilities with only 3 or 4 people. Yeah. For your note about changing up the map, why not? Maybe if you have them as small maps, the game occasionally uses the left or right side. It does do that, Mateo. It does. We've actually played on the right side, and you haven't even noticed. It is random. There's actually 5 different ways you could spawn in on this map. I think we've just been a little unlucky and spawned in a similar spot each time. Yeah, this map is based on real-life Kostazits, the Battle of Kostazits with this village here. So a lot of these are based on real locations. Okay, they can flank around. I think I'll frontal charge. I think I'm feeling risky enough to do that. Do I want to do it? I don't want to take the losses, though. The manpower replenishment would suck. I'm going to knock out that artillery in the back. Actually, you know what? I want to rack up kills for experience. So I want to, like, just annihilate some of the infantry. Just take them all out. Yeah, they're done. Look, I think we went to, like, 30 kills to 200, so we're just going to get more experience from just killing people. Get in there, guys. Get in there. Oh, did I break? I broke. Damn, yeah. I'll fast forward. I think we got this from this point on. Take these guys out. I'll charge the Empress Dragoons. I think we got this. Ready? Oh, right on impact. Well, I don't even think they made it in time. I think they got shot. There we go. Cav charge to the rear and the Cav breaks is nonsense. Yeah, I know. I thought that was weird too. I don't know why that was the case. I don't know why they did that. It might be the case that they're provincial cavalry, so they have no actual melee skill. They need to be upgraded. But it's still... I think I still should have done more of an impact there. I think that could have been better balanced, in my opinion. What would I want in this case? Maybe... Now I'd want the money. Yeah, look how much cash I get from that. And I got tons of promotions. I feel like I'm snowballing a little bit. We're doing pretty good. Walketh the doggeth. I know, I'll walk him. I've already walked him like 4 or 5 hours ago, so he'll be okay. I'm only 1 hour late. That's fine. Provincial cav morale seems too low. Remember, I was saying I was going to take... I don't know if you were here in the stream. I was saying I want to take all the lowest end cavalry and bring up its morale, and take the highest end cavalry and bring down its morale a little bit, and kind of bring them more towards the center. What does XP do on a maxed unit? It just will continue giving you stat buffs from experience. So you can see this light blue. You can see from experience his accuracy is gained +5 because he's a level 3. So that experience will slowly get you better stats. Even if you're maxed upgraded, it's still useful. Like the Royal Swedish Fusiliers have got almost 10 extra accuracy just from that 5 veterancy. But yeah, I think we're in pretty good shape now. And I think it's time to wrap up the stream. I showed a lot of the game off. We have that final battle, of course, 12,000 men there. We have 10,000. I'd actually be outnumbered there. You know it's a good game when you want to keep playing one more battle. I know I kind of want to fight that headquarters, but I think this is a really good place to stop. I think you guys saw plenty. And I wasn't even supposed to show off Region 2, so I think it was cool to be able to show that off. By the way, I have a little mini campaign about the Rise of Frederick that's pretty cool. It's like a little tutorial that'll, I have to add subtitles, but it has little cutscenes accompanying it as well, which is neat.
Ich bin Friedrich, König in Preußen.
I'm Frederick, King in Prussia. My kingdom is small but respected, maybe? My first battle, Molwitz, was something. I ran away from the battlefield, and von Schwerin won the day without me. Molwitz was my lesson. Since then, the cavalry was reformed, and the infantry, and this time, I'll stay with my men to the end.
Ein Verband österreichischer Grenzer, 2, vielleicht 3 Bataillone, wurden bei der Überquerung der Neiße gesichtet.
3 to 4 battalions, Grenzers.
Dann werden Sie nicht mit einem Gefecht rechnen. Wir greifen an.
We'll attack. I know basic words, but that's like the little tutorial battle. I just want to show off what it looks like. And then I named all the regiments after real regiments and gave them the real flags. So it's also kind of cool because you get the Bevern Musketeers, and that's their actual flag with pink facings. You get the Anhalt Dessau. You get the Gruna Hussars and Hagen Grenadiers. And then you fight off against some Grenzers. That's all. But yeah, there's like a little tutorial to like get you into the campaign just to fight some battles, and I thought that was a nice little addition. It's almost done. And then that's pretty much the whole game. That's it. Before I leave, I've got about 10 minutes before it's 6 o'clock, and I don't want to push it past then. So in this last 10 minutes, do you guys have any questions? I'll do like a mini Q&A if you want, and then I'll wrap up and head off. And I'll leave the stream up for you guys to view it. As a German, I love the voice acting. Awesome, that's cool. Yeah, we worked really hard on it. It's all in authentic German. Technically, Frederick would be speaking French, but I thought if you're listening to Frederick the Great, you're going to want to hear German, and I chose German instead. It'd be hard to get like a German or a French speaker with a German accent. It's a little hard, so it'd just be hard to pull off. Let me see where my Unity is. I don't know why it's not opening. Let me see. Will magic be added? No, it will not. Will I do another stream? I will do more streams, yeah. I'll do streams showing off the other nations as well. What do you think the strongest feature and weakest feature are? That's a really good question. I think the strongest thing by far is like the roleplay, attachment, and customization to the troops. I love that. I really wanted that out of this game, and I think we achieved that. For the most part, it could be even better. Like if we had a bigger budget and more time, I could imagine like even more serious role-playing where like you can like adjust the coats and the cut of the coat and the hat and the commanding officers on a regimental level. You could probably do a lot more with it, which would be cool. I think the weakest part is it gets slightly repetitive, but to help offset that, we have so many army compositions to lead that by the time I was halfway done with that playthrough, right? So if I put in another couple hours and finish the playthrough, I'm done and I'm ready to play a brand new army with a new bonus, a new play style, new units. And so I think the way I've designed the game, it understands when it's overstayed its welcome, so to speak. Like I'm not dragging it out. That's why it's not 10 regions. Like for me, those battles will eventually become a little repetitive. Now, that being said, I didn't design the harder army compositions. Like, I think it would have started to get interesting again. There's kind of like a flow state you go into, where if the game's too hard and you don't feel like you have enough men, your flow state is broken. It feels frustrating. And if the game's too easy, and it's just not giving you the challenge, the flow state is broken because you're just playing on the highest speed and you're just not paying attention. The perfect flow state is when you're constantly riding on the edge of the whole army falling apart. And the logistics management achieves that, I feel. Like, I am worrying about food. I am using the foraging. I had to raid sometimes, too, and I'm buying enough men and ammo and manpower. The fact that we took an ammunition generation bonus over a melee damage bonus shows you the importance of logistics and that we value it. So I think the logistics side of things is good. What else was I going to say about that, though? But yeah, if I had better balanced Region 2 and 3, which I'll do, and made the armies tougher, then I would have entered that kind of flow state a little bit more. I felt myself losing the flow state toward the end because I was like, my army's really good. So I think if the armies earlier on were maybe slightly easier, or like it was an easier way to make money, and then Region 2, we ramp up the difficulty a bit more, it'd be better. Now, the cool thing is, Ben, I'm already doing something. Remember I said I thought maybe it's going to get repetitive. I'm already doing something to solve the repetitiveness, which I'll show you. Because in the newest version of the game, in the build on Unity, we make every region feel different through its biome. So when you enter Region 2, the whole theme about Region 2 is that it's going to be a really tough winter. So you're constantly in the back of your head. Even if you fast forward through a few battles, even if you think some of the battles are a little easy, that winter is looming that it's going to hit on like day 14, which is so soon. And in Region 1, I may not even have winter come in until late. Like it may actually come in 10 days later than it did on today's playthrough. So that for some players, they may not even see winter. They may not even realize it's a thing. And then they get to Region 2 and you get a message and you're like, hey, sir, snowfall's like coming early. It's kind of a cold year and you've got to prepare your logistics a little bit better. So Region 1 will feel a little bit more vanilla. Maybe we'll be a bit more generous about money, giving away money. And if you do hang out in the region, winter will eventually come. It'll still be there. But Region 2 will feel like winter is something you really have to prepare for, and it could hurt you bad. And then the enemies will be a little bit tougher. And I think that'll solve the feeling and get you back in the flow state. The only other part that's weak, I think that's a weak part of the game that we'll fix. So that's nice. I think a weak part of the game that we won't fix, to just be perfectly honest, is that the maps are a little bit on the smaller side. The AI is a little simple, but here's the thing. There's one full-time programmer on the entire game. The whole campaign system, the whole unit system, the whole building out all the different units, and the map editor that I use to build all those maps, the AI, all the AI systems, the whole thing, all done by one person in a year and a half. And so every member of the team, every single person, for me, I designed the whole thing. I play tested the whole thing. I balanced the whole thing. I've named every unit. I've researched all the units. I've designed all the maps. I went in and edited every single uniform to be as accurate as possible. I micromanaged all the little stats. I designed all the different doctrines. I designed every skill. I designed every item. I set in what those items should do. I had to do all of that, which was a ton. And then I had to direct my team. They had to say, hey, what are we doing this week? So that was my job. And I have to do all the marketing like I'm doing now with the live stream. Then we have one full-time programmer who's handling all of the code in the game. We have one other developer who's also full-time doing every animation you see, all the UI you see, everything all done by one person as well. And then we also brought in a part-time programmer in the last month or two, and he helped out with setting up the tutorial, which you guys haven't seen yet, but he built that in the background, and he built the sound system. So that's how we actually got that sound upgrade you guys heard today with the gunshots, even though the other programmer, the full-time programmer who built everything, is not working on that. And so Freddie will be going to school next month, so he's going to leave on good terms, which is nice. And so it was Freddie who's part-time. Thomas is our full-time programmer. Seb is also a full-time developer who's doing the UI. And then that's the team, and then it's me. And then otherwise, we have one art, all the art in the whole game, the texture art, the UI art, the main menu, the icons, everything, all done by one artist. All the flags, emblems, the camp screen, the town screen, the campaign map, everything, one artist. We did have 2 or 3 artists from the YouTube channel who jumped in to help. So some of the map design was helped out by then. I think the trees in the battle map was helped out by Paco, and so he helped out. But Nico was our main artist for almost everything. And then we have sound design and stuff, of course. Sound design is done by someone who works on the channel named Alex. But that is the team. It's pretty much in terms of developers, it's 4 people. So that's a big preamble to say I think the weakest part is I think the maps are a little tiny, and I think the AI could be more advanced. I think that's the only thing I feel that we're not going to solve in time for the release. The one thing that we will solve is the issue I was saying about the flow state, where we weren't offering enough of a challenge. We will do that. The challenge will increase, and then you're going to earn more money to offset it, and I think that's a good balance. But the AI will see some marginal improvements. They will. They won't be perfect. They're not going to be way better than what you saw today, and that's fine. That's how the game will release. But we're going to have 3 more months of full-time development afterwards, and if you guys say, hey, we want even better AI, then I'll tell Tom, hey, look, the rest of the game can be on pause, fix some bugs. Let's make the AI even greater, because that's what the players want. So what you guys want, we're going to focus on. And we built the game in a year and a half. All the foundations are laid. So 3 months is awesome. That's an incredible amount of time for us to have. So we can get a lot done in that time, I think. And so what you guys want, we'll focus on. Beyond that, the only other weak parts, I think, is just that the game has a limited scope, right? You're not leading a country. You're not leading multiple armies. You don't get to do siege battles. You don't get to do naval battles. And I think that's okay. The game knows the scope is what the scope is. It's a $25 game. It's not going to be a $40 experience. And it's our first time doing a real-time combat game. So it's not going to be, Ultimate General, for example, they started with Gettysburg, just one little battle. No flags on the battlefield. All the units were the same. You just fight one battle, and that's it. And I think that game was $20. And then they built off of that and did Ultimate General Civil War. We didn't really build off of anything. When we did Fire Maneuver, we threw the whole thing away. In fact, most of the development team on Fire Maneuver is not even working on this team. It's practically made by a different team. Thomas worked on Fire Maneuver. He did the campaign system. He made the whole campaign in 1 month before release, and then we had to move on. And that's kind of nuts. But the rest of the development team is not part of this team, and that's part of the reason we can't really go back to fix it, right? I don't have the cash to do it. It would take me months and tens of thousands of dollars to fix, and I don't have the people to work on it. And then I've already given the game out to 200. I gave the game out to 250,000 people. So even if I fixed it, I'll never be able to make that money back. And I'm just going to be dumping cash in and risking the closure of my studio to fix that. So I kind of built up our new team, worked on this game. I think we did an excellent job with that. But this is kind of the scope that we're going with. And despite its deficiencies, I think we achieved a lot for our first try. And I'm happy with the foundations that we have, and we can definitely build on it. So if people give us kind of the leeway and say, hey, look, it's their first try, it's not going to be Total War. It's not a Total War killer, not even close to anything like that. If you guys give us a little bit of leeway there, then I think we can keep building off of it and do a really good job. And that's a very long-winded way of answering that question, but I did want to show you now when you enter a region, this is the Unity version, so the build that you didn't see today, the newer build. When you enter a region, you get like a new letter system. And this isn't fully done yet. The graphics aren't done for it. But look, you get like a briefing, war is upon us, and you're going to get these briefings when the enemy headquarters activates, when the first snowfall is being seen. So right before winter, you get a warning now. And this kind of briefs you into each region. And then if I skip, I'll just use some cheats, and I will skip this region. When you go into region 2, we have the system in place where I was talking about the winter system. And I will skip through this here. And so you get to the second region, and now it'll say, and this is all done, we just have not put it onto the Steam build that I wanted to show you guys today, because this is less stable. You basically want to separate like your Unity, this is like the work in progress build, and then we have our Steam build. So this is freezing temperatures. General, the army stands upon a new frontier. The enemy has used their lull to prepare. Pickets are thick, patrols ride the roads, and their magazines are in order. And the year has turned cold early. Within weeks, snow will be regular and marches slow. Lay in provisions and firewood and expect to fight in winter throughout this country. Secure a supply depot if you can find one, but don't linger and press the advance before your supplies diminish. So this one's like, oh shit, all right, we got to get moving. We got to take out that enemy army and prepare for the winter. Then you get to region 3. And again, to ride that flow state and make sure there's not too much repetitiveness. By the time for me at least, by the time I get to region 3, I'm like, oh, my army is so good. I don't have to worry about anything. I'm just going to blitz through region 3. I feel like I'm going to win this. The enemies are going to be tough, but you know what? I've got all the best items. I'm ready. Then you get to region 3, the final one, and it says this. It says, Scorched Earth. General, the country ahead has been put to the torch. Storehouses empty, mills are broken, wells fouled, and what little remains is dear to buy. Morale will suffer in this barren ground, so proceed with extreme caution. The enemy has posted their best troops here to force a decisive engagement and end the war. Choose your ground, strike only where you can sustain march, and press hard where you find their main body. Beat them here and the war is won. You've carried the army this far. Hold firm and finish it. And so if we look, oh Jesus, all the farms are all destroyed. The land is destroyed. If you zoom out, it's all messy. The buildings are torched. Look, they're already looted. So the prices are doubled. They only have negative conditions here. And so, look, even this town is all messed up. So now by the time you got all cocky, you're like, my army is so good. I've got 5 divisions. They've got all the best men. I can exploit the AI. I can do anything I want to. I got lucky. I got all the best units. This one kicks you in the ass and says, all right, look, all the supplies at settlements are down 50%. Your whole army's morale is down 20%. All the positive conditions at settlements are gone. And now you're like, oh shit. And the enemy headquarters here is 16,000 men. They already have 5,000 guys. They're going to come after you quick. So this is like the big finale to end the playthrough. And I know people will want to play past this, but it's nice because it's like if you play a Hearts of Iron game, you don't want to play Hearts of Iron for 4 weeks, right? You could finish a whole Hearts of Iron playthrough in 1 day, technically, if you played all day. And I wanted our game to kind of be like that as well. So you could finish a whole playthrough in 1 day if you marathoned it. If you really tried hard, you could play for 9 hours straight or however long and finish a playthrough. And the cool thing is, while you're doing that, it's all procedural, it's all unique, and at the end, you're going to get all these different achievements and things to work toward. So I was showing at the beginning of the stream, you have these unlocks, and look at all these achievements you can go through. And look, they can unlock the Serbsky Hussars, the Shuvalov Howitzers, the Shukchev Cossacks, the Sermoniansky Lifeguards, the Munich Cuirassiers, the Pryabiensky Lifeguards, the von Roth Hussars. There's so much to unlock. Oh, I want to go with Scotland forever, have 12 regiments of Highlanders. So I'm going to do a British playthrough as the British expedition and play 9 hours and get the Highlanders. And like that's today's mission for you. So it's not something where you play for 4 weeks, the game fizzles out, it becomes boring, you quit, you never finish a playthrough. I want you to win and have the satisfaction of overcoming the odds and doing something really hard and having that big moment at the end with the final region where everything's burning down, the toughest enemies are upon you, your morale is low, and even then, despite that, you succeed. You unlock these achievements, you get these cool new units, and now you want to jump back in and play again. And you have these other armies to lead, like the Hanoverians, like the Hessians, like the Freikorps. Someone was asking about light infantry only. Look, you get Grenzer sharpshooters and Grenzer recruits and marksmen and defenses at the very start, and gun picks for decreased reload time. And look, light infantry accuracy plus 20%. So if you want to go full light infantry, now you've got another playthrough for the day. And I think we've been effective in achieving our goals here, because like my friends who have played the game, who have had they've done some play testing. They've I don't want to dox any of their names or anything, so I will probably not show too much more of that. Hold on, well, I've already shown their names, but oh well, don't harass them. They have a lot of hours in the game already, and I'll hide them even though you've already seen them. Whatever, just don't harass them. But look, he's got 67 hours, 59 hours, 45 hours. This is our sound designer, so he only has an hour and a half to test it out. But everybody put a lot of hours in just in testing because there's so much to replay. So I'm really proud of that. I think we've achieved the replay value there. And I hope this big rambling I've done kind of gave you some insight about the game. My dog will be fine, by the way. Don't worry about him. He just went out 5 hours ago. He'll be completely fine. He's going to get a big walk. He'll be happy. But yeah, I will do another stream and we'll show off more of the armies or more of the compositions. So I think that's about it, guys. I will head out. I just want to give that big... I know the stream is going to be up permanently on the channel, so I want to give like a big closure to the live stream in case you wanted to... what's it called? In case you would just want to learn about more of the insight as to how we designed the game and what the intended experience of the game is. So don't forget all the volunteer playtesters. Yeah, of course, yeah. The volunteer playtesters are doing an awesome job, and we're going to bring on another batch on Monday. So yeah, thank you guys for joining. I very much appreciate you guys watching today and being cool and coding experiences. Remember the stream encounters you said? We'll have militia. We're going to redo all the encounters. You guys are going to see some new encounters soon, which is pretty cool. Army morale sounds like an easy way to nerf the player. Yeah, I'm still working on it, SD. I'm still going to play test it. If players play it and they're like, that feels cheap, I can definitely change it. But I kind of wanted your guys to feel like if you march an army through and they've been exhausted and fighting so long and the towns around them are burning and the people are dying and the civilians are starving, I wanted you to feel like your men are a little bit less excited to go to war. You know, I want to reflect, like, would a person who's been to war for 5+ years at the 5th and final year, are they going to be as enthusiastic? So I wanted to reflect that a little bit. Now your morale by the end of the game is going to be extremely high. So it's not a massive problem, but I wanted your guys to feel like things were getting tough. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for all the support. Last thing I'll say is to definitely join our Discord community. We're super active over there. I'd love for you guys to join the Discord, and you can see all kinds of updates. I'm going to post a invite there, and I will see you guys next time. All right, take care, guys.